Chapter 909. If it was any other time, Melissa might feel awkward, but she would definitely be overwhelmed by the favor. But now, she was helping Lord Tang Tian to poach the Holy Temple's people. The Holy Temple had come to her so enthusiastically. Could it be that the Holy Temple had sensed something? Sophie led the honorable martial banner of knights to sweep through the Chiu family's encampment. Both parties were like fire and water, and there was no longer any possibility of reconciliation. Furthermore, the 5 great aristocratic families were plotting to seize power, which infuriated Temple. Seuss's heart shook. When he came in, he didn't notice that there was someone else beside him. Upon hearing that the entire honorable martial continent was in an uproar, everyone was dumbstruck. No one had ever dared to do such a thing in Temple. Temple was enraged by this, and in the end, the current patriarch of the Hua family personally went to Temple to ask for forgiveness from the great clan elder. Only then did the bad influence disappear. There weren't any powerful elders by Master's side. Thinking back to the chains that fell from the sky, Sue's heart trembled. In the current Temple, the only one who could contend against them was probably Sophie. Fortunately, with the Mace Field Trading's family, Temple would have one less problem. Huali Rua, who had returned to his family, did not have any intention of stopping. He personally created an army, and in about 2 years, there was no news of him. After 2 years, he suddenly appeared and brought his army to look for people to fight, calling it actual combat drills, causing the entire honorable martial continent to be in chaos. Fights and arson were common occurrences. He did not let go of the local armies, the guards, the armies of the various families, even the armies of Temple. With Chiu Tianqing's death, the Chiu family's strength was greatly affected. Although there was still Chiu Suhua, but Chiu Suhua was not doing well in the Southern Alliance battlefield, and was being obstructed by the Southern Alliance. Up till now, he had not met up with Go Chengwendao, and it was unknown whether or not he could return. Melissa was dumbstruck as she looked at the 2 important figures in front of her, who were glaring at each other like fighting cocks. Her face was filled with confusion. After that, Huali Rua stopped for a long time and became much more mature. He was truly powerful. Adding on his deep background, he climbed up the ranks and became the youngest lieutenant general. However, in the Tiger General selection that followed, he was unsurprisingly eliminated. Huali Rua did not care about the Chiu family at all, as that was something for the higher-ups to worry about. Friends? Seuss retorted, I don't think so. Who is helping the Chiu family to deal with Senior Exun? The visit of the elders of the temple had already made Melissa feel strange, and they were even so enthusiastic. Melissa's feelings could no longer be described as strange. The Mace Field Trading's family had interacted with Temple in the past, an elder visiting? What a joke! They have always sent someone over. Get the person in charge to come over to Temple. 2 different voices rang out simultaneously. When Huali Rua heard the name of the envoy, his face immediately darkened. Temple's reaction was so fast that it surprised him. He felt that he was already fast enough, but he never expected that the moment he reached Mace Field Trading's, Temple would arrive. Seuss made up his mind he had to rope in the Mace Field Trading's. Such a powerful force was enough to decide the outcome of the battle. A general-rank spirit general that could shatter space, forget about now, even during normal times, Temple would be willing to pay any price. He just happened to be at the right time. A general-rank spirit general, tisk tisk. It's finally here, Melissa's heart clenched. Thinking about how Tang Tian and the rest had just lost, and Huali Rua had already come to find them, this is a punitive expedition. When Seuss had personally witnessed the shocking battle at the Chiu Offense Institute, he had received a huge impact and was still unable to calm down. He was secretly overwhelmed with shock. The Chiu family had concealed Chiu Tianqing's strength. If he followed the plan and took action against the Chiu family, he would definitely be badly injured. Huali Rua was not afraid and sneered, Macefield Tradings is my Hua family's eternal friend. As for Temple, we can only represent Temple. Once the great clan elder made the decision, the entire temple was activated. The entire temple was united against a common enemy, and Temple's authority had never been challenged before. Melissa had heard of the tyrannical deeds of the tyrant since young, So when she knew that the man standing in front of her was Huali Rua, she almost fainted. Seuss suddenly became stern and said, Macefield Trading's family is an indispensable family in the honorable Marshall continent. Any provocation against Macefield Trading's family is a provocation against Temple. He did not notice that Huali Rua's face was extremely gloomy. The competition in the Hua family was extremely intense, and in the eyes of many, it could be said to be cruel. Huali Rua was about to say that she followed behind the boat, but suddenly an attendant came in to report, Young miss, an envoy from Temple seeks an audience. Seuss chuckled. If I remember correctly, the Chiu family is the Hua family's ally. Is this how the Hua family treats their own ally? It truly makes my heart go cold. Melissa felt her head buzzing, as though she had been punched in the head. Alright, she would rather be punched than face Huali Rua. Envoy from Temple? Melissa was startled, but she replied, Quickly invite him in. Melissa's heart jumped even more, but she forced out a smile. It is an honor for Clan Elder to visit our humble house. How can we say that we are disturbing you? We wish for Temple to visit our trading organization every day. But our humble house does not have a senior called Exin. Melissa had a look of suspicion. I wonder where did you hear of this senior Exin? I think someone must have misinformed me. He had burned other people's houses, ran to other prestigious families, and beat up all the disciples of his generation. Of course, these were not his most famous battles. What truly made him famous was his dispute with a clan elder of Temple. He had snuck into Temple, and in front of everyone he had beaten the clan elder until his face was swollen. No wonder Macefield Tradings did not give the Chiu family any face. They had many trump cards in their hands, and were not afraid of the Chiu family at all. The Chiu family was truly unlucky, and Seuss rejoiced in their misfortune. But when he heard that Temple had sent an envoy, he immediately became worried. If Macefield Tradings was roped in by Temple, it would undoubtedly be a huge threat to their plans. Huali Rua, the most outstanding genius of the Hua family. The current generation of the Hua family did not have any great generals, and Huali Rua was the strongest military general of the Hua family. Huali Rua was the most outstanding disciple of the current generation. His talent and strength were impeccable, and could be said to be an outstanding genius. The only thing that hindered him was his fiery temper. It was normal for the disciples of aristocratic families to have a fiery temper, but for Huali Rua to have such a fiery temper, no one could endure it. Melissa, who was still in shock, calmed down. The other party's tone and attitude did not seem to be looking for trouble. Oh right, are they looking for Senior Exin? Melissa thought about it. Huali Rua seemed to have mentioned something about Senior Exin, and she had placed all her attention on the Iron Mask army. Senior Exin? Melissa had a look of suspicion. I don't have such a person here. Looking at Seuss's age, to be able to be called a senior by him, it had to be an old man with white hair. For a family with such a long history, they were extremely particular about the grooming of their disciples. They knew that these young disciples would determine the future of the family. They encouraged the competition between their disciples, and as long as it was a big family, the competition between the disciples would be extremely intense. Chiu Tianqing was already dead, and if Chiu Su Hua did not return, the Chiu family would be in danger. Huali Rua scoffed. What a joke! Did my Hua family make a move? Clan Elder Seuss is old, his ears are not too good, it is normal for him to hear wrongly. Impossible. Temple wanted to make a move on the Chiu family, and Seuss was sent to be the vanguard. But her long years of training did not go to waste. She took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. I never thought that it would be General Hua. General Hua is so famous, and after seeing you today, your aura is truly extraordinary. After that, his actions once again made him the center of attention in the honorable Marshall continent. On the night he lost the election, he resigned from his position as a lieutenant general without hesitation and returned to the Hua family. Huali Rua was anxious. He had come here for his own reasons, and without the authorization of the higher-ups, Temple's reaction was much faster than he had expected. What exactly is going on? Only the families that have stood strong for generations can prosper. Seuss laughed. Then I will come more often in the future. Seems like Temple has always been watching the Chiu family. Huali Rua thought to himself, and felt that the problem was rather thorny. Of all people, the Chiu family had to provoke Macefield Tradings, to provoke a huge killing machine. That's right, Seuss has witnessed Senior Xian's unparalleled elegance, and truly admires him, thus I thicken my face to come. I hope Miss Melissa won't take offense. Seuss chuckled. Hua Li Rua was dragged on for a long time, and finally became impatient. He placed down the teacup in his hand and said, "This time, I am here to visit Senior Xian of the Iron Mask Army." Melissa's scalp went numb. She did not know what to do, but she maintained a calm expression. "Oh, General Hua also knows of the Han family's Iron Mask Army?" After saying a few words in fear, the nervousness in Melissa's heart calmed down. She did not know why Hua Li Rua was here, so she was careful and laughed it off. One moment he was talking about the weather, and the next moment he was talking about the new tea that had just arrived. Hua Li Rua's face darkened, and just when everyone thought that he was about to explode, he suddenly laughed. "Make people's hearts go cold? Who can compare to Temple? Where are the allies from back then? It doesn't feel good to be deserted, does it?" Of course, Temple's counterattack was not just to get rid of the Chiu family. Seuss had many other responsibilities. For the 5 great clans, having a great general in this generation was a period of prosperity and development. But even if they did not, it did not affect their reputation. After a long period of accumulation, every noble family was as deep as the sea, and no one knew how deep their foundations were. From the moment he entered the door, he had been secretly sizing Melissa up. No matter how he looked, he could not see anything out of the ordinary. But thinking about what he saw, he quickly adjusted his attitude, and his thoughts became active. He turned, and when he saw who it was, the smile on his face disappeared, and he spoke indifferently, "I never thought that General Hua would be here." Seuss walked in, his eyes lit up when he saw Melissa. He took a big step forward and spoke passionately. "Miss Melissa, I am Temple Clan Elder Seuss. I have come to visit, and have disturbed you." The inheritance of a family was not something that could be completed in a single generation, and required many generations of continuous accumulation before it could reach its peak. There were many families in the past that had their disciples rise up to become great generals, but after that, they disappeared without a trace. Thinking about that, Seuss was roused and immediately asked, "I wonder if I can pay a visit to Senior Xian?" At that time, Hua Li Rua was the most infamous shit-stirrer in the entire honorable Martial continent. Hua Li Rua obviously enjoyed it, and said that it was normal. Chapter 9-10. Thus, Xian appeared in front of Hua Li Rua and Seuss with a swollen face. This caused her to revere General Xiao Ran, as she was extremely envious of General Xiao Ran's valiant and heroic bearing when he held his blade. Therefore, spirit techniques were not carried forward in the sacred region, even though there were many saints in the sacred region. If it wasn't him, then who else could it be? "I think I know who the 2 sirs are talking about. I will invite Xian Senior out," Melissa said straightforwardly. Today's matter was too strange. It was better to let Lord Tang Tian worry about it. Even more families were filled with jealousy. With this battle, the Macefield Tradings family could be said to have been reborn. They had completely turned the tables. "Please wait a moment." Melissa had no choice but to interrupt the two. "I wonder if the 2 of you can describe Senior Xian's appearance?" The current Saint Continent was filled with armies, and almost all the famous armies in the Honorable Martial Continent were gathered in the Saint Continent. The commotion caused by the Chiu Offense Institute could not be concealed even if they wanted to. Didn't the plan fail? Why was it that even though he had failed, he was more of a winner than the winner? Looking at the 2 people in front of her who were at daggers drawn, she really wanted to say, "You guys really know how to play. Even at this time, Ning, you're still saying such words." Chiu Yu was extremely unhappy. Chiu Su Hua's life and death were unknown, and the Chiu family was currently in the most dangerous situation. Seuss could not help but say, "That's right, this junior has been in the Sacred Hall for many years, and has seen countless geniuses and experts, but I have never heard of someone as strong as Senior. Senior must have been all-powerful and invincible when you were alive." Senior's subordinates were also very strict. "Do you have a name? Such an invincible army, how can no one know of it?" But their statuses were as different as heaven and earth. Bianchi was ranked at the bottom of Temple, while Seuss was ranked in the top 5, and was a clan elder with true authority. With Mace Field Trading's prestige, they did not have the qualifications to befriend clan elder Seuss. Our Chiu family has not lost yet. Chiu Yu said firmly. He was slightly emotional. We still have Su Hua. We still have you. Chiu Tianqing's peerless killing technique, Senior Xian's void-shattering, spread throughout the entire Saint continent like a hurricane. Everyone was guessing the origins of this Senior Xian who had appeared out of nowhere. Everyone was filled with envy. The Mace Field Trading's family must have accumulated good karma from their ancestors to be able to gain the favor of an exceptional spirit general. While Li Ruo and Seuss were roused, they were most afraid that the Mace Field Trading's family would be vague with their words. That would be a huge headache for them. Furthermore, they were worried that the Mace Field Trading's family would misunderstand that they were using their power to oppress them, and if that happened, they would not even have a place to cry. If they angered Senior Xian, it would be fine if he directly attacked them, but if they ruined the plans of the higher-ups, they would not be able to redeem themselves even if they died 10,000 times. Looking at Xian, he had a bloody nose and a swollen face, but he looked like a villain intoxicated by success. Even when he was sitting on the chair, he did not have the slightest bit of a proper posture. We truly lost the battle at the Chiu Offense Institute. The man on the bed said lazily. He ignored the mark on his face and sat down in front of the two of them. He asked casually, "Are you looking for me?" "Let's wait, aren't Temple and the Alliance trying to rope in Mace Field Tradings?" Hua and Xian, Tang, Qing, Xian was Xian, Tian Heart, I, Xiao Tian, Xian, I Tian, Xiao Xian I Tian Feng, Xian. Seuss was a shrewd man. He looked as though he was flattering Xian, but in truth, he was trying to find out more about Xian's background. How can such an invincible martial artist be unknown in history? Even Chiu Ning himself never thought that the fate of the Chiu family would be placed in his hands. He was in a daze, and Chiu Yu's voice became more and more erratic. Xian did not care about the two of them who were dumbstruck, and left. In truth, Temple did not care much about the spirit techniques. Aside from being used as reference materials to fill the shelves, they had no use. He waved his hand and interrupted the two of them. "All right, stop talking nonsense. If you have anything to say, then say it. Don't waste my time chasing girls. My time to think about life." And Heaven's Road's martial techniques were a huge system. From low to high, there were many different types. To truly choose martial techniques meant that they had to separate from the mainstream army system of the Sacred Saint Galaxy, and that was something that the majority of people could not accept. The Chiu Offense Institute's massacre had just ended, and to the Chiu family, the Institute's defeat was even more of a tragedy. They knew that if they did not immediately come up with a powerful counterattack, then they would quickly be torn to shreds by the hounds and jackals that swarmed over. Hua Li Ruo was already impatient. He was not Seuss's opponent in bootlicking, and the further he went, the harder it became. Hearing Xian's words, it was as though he had been pardoned, and said straightforwardly, "I wish to become Senior's disciple." For the sake of withstanding the corrosion of time, the majority of spirit generals would choose to erase the majority of their memories, leaving behind only the obsession in the depths of their hearts, the memories that they were most unwilling to forget. So from start to finish, the two of them were extremely careful, afraid that their attitude would be the slightest bit bad. He was about to speak, but Xian waved his hand and interrupted him. "I understand your intentions. But I am a person who values benefits, and I know that your authority is limited. Go back first, and discuss the conditions, then come find me. In any case, I will choose whoever gives me more benefits." "All right, let's stop here for today. I am very busy." "What's going on?" Hua Li Ruo was the same. Ever since he saw Xian, he had been bootlicking him like it was free. "Hey, you're Hua Li Ruo, the famous Hua Li Ruo. Where's the arrogance and untamed? Where's the arrogance and disregard of others? What happened to the unsheathing of blades?" The might of martial techniques were also limited, and were not attractive to the citizens of the honorable martial continent. All right, I will give it my all." Chiu Ning sighed. but a light aura flashed past his eyes before disappearing. You better plan well, you are better than me when it comes to using your brain. However, this did not improve his situation. In the era where armies ruled, to the Qiu family, a top-notch military general like Qiu Suhua and Qiu Tianqing were able to intimidate the weak and expand the Qiu family's influence. What's wrong with this world? Is it truly that ghost Xian? She was suspicious. As an old and powerful family, the Qiu family was extremely clear of what kind of fate they would encounter, and they would definitely not allow themselves to be slaughtered. Senior Xian. Temple had always placed importance on one's background, and in Temple's eyes, loyalty was far more important than strength. Of course, Seuss did not expect Senior Xian to be loyal to Temple, but knowing of his background was more reassuring. The Qiu family had already been abandoned by their own allies, and no other family was willing to speak up for the Qiu family. Even the vassals, the Elizabeth family, were currently avoiding the Qiu family like a plague. The victors would always shine brightly, while the losers would always be ignored. Does the Qiu family need assassins? Don't have such high expectations of me. The man on the bed sat up and said helplessly, with all of you acting like this, I am under a lot of pressure. There's still Su Hua. As long as he is not dead, no one will dare to touch the Qiu family. And the losers, the Qiu family, had fallen from being a top-notch aristocratic family in a single night, and were completely deserted. Qiu Tianqing's strength had shocked everyone, but so what? Qiu Tianqing was already dead. So what if Qiu Suhua was a genius? His current whereabouts were unknown. After listening to the flattery, Xian satisfied his tiny vanity and started to become impatient. If you have the time, why don't you go to the twin violent girls? Hearing Xian's last sentence, Melissa rolled her eyes. This guy has nothing to do every day, he is always idling around. When has he ever been busy? The two of them greeted him respectfully at the same time, but then reacted and glared at each other. But this time, the two of them did not dare to quarrel, but sat upright. A powerful martial artist that could shatter space, even if the other party was a spirit general, was worthy of their respect. The waves from the battle had just started to spread. Huali Rua became anxious. It was not that he did not want to invite them, but he had rushed over in a hurry and did not obtain the authorization from the higher-ups, thus he did not dare to casually speak. Temple's martial techniques and spirit techniques came from Heaven's Road's temple. Because martial techniques were lower-leveled, Temple had publicized many of them, but spirit techniques had always been a secret of Temple. But all of these martial techniques that came from Heaven's Road did not have much of an influence in the honorable martial continent. Occasionally, there would be people who learned one or two martial techniques and used them to support their lives. He had always thought highly of himself and had an arrogant temper, but when he met someone who truly admired him, he would admire him from the bottom of his heart. As long as Senior Xian was able to reveal some information, Seuss believed that he would definitely be able to investigate Senior Xian's background. Seuss spoke out solemnly, I represent Temple, to invite Senior Xian and Mace Field Tradings to join Temple. That's Senior Gui Xian? She suddenly recalled, Miss Chie had a subordinate called Xian, could it be him? No matter how strong a person was, he could only be an assassin. Qiu Ning was an exception. It was something that could not be helped, because Qiu Ning walked a completely different path. Many people guessed that Senior Xian and Mace Field Trading's ancestor had some sort of relationship, but other than that, no one could think of any other reason for Mace Field Tradings to obtain Senior Xian's favor. Before today, this junior thought that I was already the strongest military general in the world, but after witnessing Senior's battle, I finally know what it means to be a frog in a well, to know how vast the world is, and to know that there is still a powerful martial artist like Senior. Breaking through the void, there is actually such a thing. I was truly too laughable in the past. Huali Rua could not help but speak up. He was filled with admiration. Huali Rua and Seuss immediately stopped bickering. Such spirit generals were usually extremely powerful, and a few of the most powerful martial artists would gradually recover their memories and would start to consciously cultivate, becoming stronger day by day. In the past, the Qiu family had a good relationship with Temple, and after Qiu Suhua became a great general, He was able to obtain some special things from Temple, like martial techniques and spirit techniques. Qiu Yu heard Ning's guarantee and calmed down. He was extremely confident in Ning's strength, but was worried that Ning would not treat him seriously, since the family usually did not place any importance on Ning. Are they truly clan elders from Temple? And they are ranked in the top 5 clan elders? In the history of Temple, there had been such spirit generals before. But these spirit generals were extremely difficult to subdue, and although they would not be corroded by energy, they would be corroded by time. But the two of them were arguing right in front of her, and even if she was beaten to death, Melissa would never have thought that she would receive such treatment. Although the new senior had a slight injury on his face, the two of them pretended that they did not see it. Master Tang Tian is already so powerful? Master Tang Tian is already so powerful? Melissa's impression of Master Tang Tian had become even more unfathomable. Ever since Master Tang Tian returned, Melissa felt that the situation had suddenly developed in a strange direction. Everything was extremely strange, and she did not know what to do. In the eyes of the top predators in the same continent, the current Qiu family was a piece of juicy meat. Without the power to protect them, the Qiu family's abundant resources and wealth attracted the greed of countless people. If it was during peaceful times, everyone would still have some misgivings, but it was a turning point, and the more power they had, the higher the chances of victory in the future. Many of them had already started to plot in the dark. When Seuss heard that, he had the intention to stab Huali Rua to death, but he could not do so, and maintained a smile on his face. "Senior, you misunderstand. It is a misunderstanding. This junior was just curious. I did not have any intention of interrogating you. Towards senior, this junior only has respect and reverence, and does not dare to have any other thoughts." Melissa stared blankly at the strange scene in the hall, her mind at a loss. He is not tall, and has an ordinary appearance, but he is very young. Clan Elder Seuss gestured. What does the Qiu family have left? He did not plan to give Seuss any face. Temple was their #1 target. They had restraining fear, but they were not afraid at all. Even the restraining fear was because they did not want to ruin the current situation. The battle at Qiu Offense Institute had caused the Macefield Trading's family's reputation to soar, and in a single night, they had risen to the ranks of the top aristocratic families in the Saint Continent, and received the most fervent pursuit. In the entire Qiu family, no one felt that the Qiu family would ever need assassins to redeem their dignity. Xen could tell that Huali Rua's respect came from the bottom of his heart, and was secretly pleased. Huali Rua and Seuss were also stunned by Xen's words. They were both aristocratic families, and the people they interacted with were all people of the upper class. When had they ever heard such blatant words? Compared to martial techniques, the might of spirit techniques was much stronger. After all, in Heaven's Road, it was a system that only saints could train in. But spirit techniques did not flourish in the sacred Saint Galaxy because of that. Temple's secrecy was one of the reasons, but the main reason was that spirit techniques were too complicated. Regardless of whether it was Huali Rua or Clan Elder Seuss, they were existences that she had to look up to in the past. The Hua family and Macefield Trading's family did not have any interactions, as the Hua family was high up in the clouds. She knew of Clan Elder Seuss. The Macefield Trading's family had spent countless efforts to befriend Clan Elder Bianchi, who was Clan Elder Seuss' best friend. Spirit techniques originated from martial techniques, and were the products of Heaven's Road martial artists who stepped into the realm of saints, and were even more advanced. The saints of Heaven's Road and the saints of Sacred Saint Galaxy, other than being able to directly mobilize energy, had too many differences. For example, spirit domain, spirit value, etc., much less spirit technique cards which the Sacred Saint Galaxy could not comprehend. Who knew that Qiu Ning would actually walk a path and become the strongest individual martial artist in the Qiu family? Tang Tian and Xie also did not expect Huali Rua and Temple to actually find them, and the two of them started to discuss softly. When Xian heard the other party calling him Senior Xen, he immediately became pleased and ran to Xiaoman to show off, but was ruthlessly beaten up by her. Didn't you see that even General Huali Rua and Temple's Clan Elder Seuss both went to Snow City to pay a visit to Senior Xian? the meaning behind it was clear. Melissa subconsciously denied it. She respected Miss Qianhui, but she did not have a good impression of Exin. He was always sloppy and did not have a proper job, and was either slacking off or bragging to Jizai, and was often beaten up by General Xiaoman. Exin was extremely crafty. Upon hearing Seuss's words, how could he not understand? He sneered, "Are you trying to find out my background? Hee, we are not familiar with each other, why should I tell you?" After thinking for a long time, Melissa could not think of a second possibility. Melissa was startled. After hearing the two's description, she was certain that it was Exin. Alright, in any case, everything that happened today is extremely strange, she consoled herself. After becoming a spirit general, the capacity of their memories would be greatly reduced, because the memories would fuse with their body. With the flow of time, new memories would continuously be added to the spirit general, and upon exceeding the capacity of the memories, the spirit general's body would slowly melt, and that was the corrosion of time. Since young, he was extremely interested in martial techniques, and did not listen to the advice of his elders, and was obsessed with martial techniques. Thus, since young he was not valued by his family, but he did not care, and continued to do things his own way. Isn't that how the world works? The victor should receive such treatment, the loser will always be left with nothing. Behind him, a man who was lying on the bed said indifferently. Qiu Su Hua and him were similar in age, and grew up together. After becoming a great general, Qiu Su Hua specially obtained many spirit techniques from Temple for him. These spirit techniques were kept secret by Temple, but the authority of a great general was high enough, and was completely unrestricted. Xian did not comment, and turned to look at Seuss. But no matter how he racked his brains, he could not find any historical figures that matched Senior Xian's description. The sacred Saint Galaxy's energy concentration was too high, and the difficulty of producing a spirit general was extremely high. But the stronger the martial artist, the higher the possibility of producing a spirit general after death. All of these peak martial artists had experienced countless of tempering when they were alive, and had long become as tough as steel. As long as they had an obsession in their hearts, it would be so strong that even energy would not be able to corrode it. Qiu Yu peeked through the gaps in the curtains and looked at the Macefield tradings in the distance. All of the familiar faces inside caused him to be enraged, and he spoke out hatefully, "These bunch of fence-sitters. They usually come to our Qiu family to wag their tails and beg for pity, but now they are going to curry favor with Macefield tradings. They are all despicable people." "Alright, they are not here for me. We have not lost yet," Qiu Yu said. "He is a spirit general," Hua Li Ruo pointed out. Previously, when clan elder Seuss treated her so passionately, she already felt that it was strange. But now that she saw the smile on clan elder Seuss's face, she felt that something was wrong with her eyes. The look of him groveling made it seem as though he wanted to pounce on Exin and lick his toes. Hua Li Ruo could not wait for Seuss to offend Senior Exin, and immediately fanned the flames. Senior, please calm your anger. You cannot blame clan elder Seuss. It can only be said that Temple style has always been like this. They are used to dictating the fate of others, and it is inevitable for them to have an interrogative tone. Clan elder Seuss did not do it on purpose. No one would treat the Macefield Tradings family as a lowly prestigious family. Chapter 9-11. Considering that the origin of the letter might be related to the Macefield Tradings family, we have also investigated the Macefield Tradings family. We have looked into the history of the Macefield family, but the information is limited. The Macefield Tradings family had a long history. Their ancestors were a branch of the northern families, and the northern families could be traced back to 20,000 years ago. It is a pity that the Macefield Tradings family did not survive well over the generations, and the information on this aspect was poorly preserved. There were no useful information left behind. No one made a sound. No matter how many cannon fodder there are, they are still cannon fodder. Hua Lu Shang snorted. No one can stop us, not even Macefield. Ta Fei knew that the great clan elder was truly enraged. He also felt that the prestigious families were too much. For their own benefits, they were willing to sacrifice the honorable martial continent's benefits. Don't these fools know what they will face if the honorable martial continent loses? Iron Mask Army, Macefield Tradings, he is the key. Sadra said indifferently, I believe he can see the situation clearly. Furthermore, he is able to control such a powerful spirit general, he will definitely be interested in the things in temple. However, they did not have the time to feel sad for the Chiu family. For such a huge change to occur at such a crucial moment, what they were most concerned about was the impact it would have on the current situation. The tea house opposite the Chamber of Commerce was also packed every day. The rest all nodded their heads, they went to the scene, and upon seeing the completely destroyed Chiu Offense Institute, their emotions became even more profound. This time, the Chiu family had completely fallen. This defeat would have a profound effect on the Chiu family, and it could possibly lead to the fall of the Chiu family. At the thought of a top-notch aristocratic family disappearing just like that, everyone couldn't help but feel sad. Temple and the 5 great aristocratic families, it was now the 4 great aristocratic families, all of them were trying their best to rope in the Macefield Tradings. Furthermore, there was a saying that this was the most crucial battle for both sides, and whichever side the Macefield Tradings chose, that side's chances of victory would increase greatly. After following the Great Elder for so many years, he understood the Great Elder's personality very well. He did not conceal anything just because he might anger the Great Elder. However, Great Elder's increasing pressure still made him uncontrollably nervous. This had nothing to do with habit, but rather his body's instinctive reaction. The Great Clan Elder muttered to himself for a moment, then spoke up, Tell Seuss, I have given him the greatest authority, I need to see this spirit general. Elder Ta Fei's body trembled, his back was drenched in sweat, he lowered his head, forced himself to calm down, gritted his teeth and said, Yes. We didn't find any valuable information. Everyone's expression turned solemn. The current situation was extremely delicate. Any small change could change the situation, not to mention that this was not a small change. Elder Ta Fei was sincerely convinced, as always. Howell reminded everyone, the Macefield Tradings family is not cannon fodder. He had never heard of a general-rank spirit general, and that sword was also an incredible treasure. Even the Chiu Offense army was destroyed, his strength was unfathomable. We need to win over the Macefield family. Ta Fei replied, he hesitated for a moment. Could it be from Heaven's Road? I am worried that this spirit general is related to the Southern Alliance. Southern Alliance's Tang Tian has an extremely powerful spirit general under him. Snow City had been overcrowded recently, and almost all the famous people in Saint Continent had come here. Of course, the most lively place was still Macefield Tradings. Everyone knew how popular the current Macefield Tradings was. Agreed. Mo Gu nodded his head. Such a powerful spirit general is an invincible army. If they were to land in Temple's hands, we will be in danger. Who has the confidence to defeat him? Honorable Martial Palace. The Chiu family's heavy losses was definitely the worst thing for them. The original 5 families had become 4 families, and their strength had been severely affected. Who would Macefield Tradings choose? Everyone was filled with curiosity and worry. Other than the families that had already chosen a side, the majority of the people only wished for the situation to become clear. He spoke respectfully, they are seeking their own deaths. A look of vexation flashed past his eyes. That's right, how could I forget such an important detail? Everyone watched the commotion and were overjoyed. Snow City was not a rural place, but they had never seen so many important figures before. The crowd would occasionally exclaim out in surprise, as all the shining and noble names kept appearing in front of their eyes. Everyone sighed at the vicissitudes of the world. The once small prestigious families had actually become the crux of the honorable martial continent situation. Yes. Clan Elder Seuss's report was not exaggerated. It was hard to verify in the early stages of the Chiu Offense Institute battle, but in the later stages, especially Xian's final attack, many people witnessed it. We have investigated the 60 bystanders who witnessed the final attack, and the conclusion we obtained was the same. We have arranged for 70 clan elders to read through over 3,000 ancient historical records, and in the end, we have 9 possible suspects, but we are still unable to confirm his true identity. He looks familiar, sigh, I can't remember. Inside the hall, other than the Chiu family, the 5 aristocratic family patriarchs were all present. The Chiu Offense Institute battle had shocked the Saint Continent. They had rushed over overnight as fast as they could, not daring to delay in the slightest. They had just returned from the Chiu Offense Institute, and all of their faces were filled with shock. All of them were prestigious aristocratic families, with many soldiers and geniuses, but none of them dared to pat their chest and say that they could defeat the Spirit General. They have already lost the courage and glory of their ancestors. They are just a group of rats that are immersed in the dark and playing with schemes. They are not worthy of what they have now. But they will quickly understand that the honorable martial continent does not need them, they only need Temple. Temple did not need them, their era had ended 500 years ago. Temple needs fresh blood, the honorable martial continent needs fresh blood, we need to cut off the rotten flesh and blood, and welcome a new life. That's right. Those fellows think that by joining hands, they can go against us. They think that by making a move at this time, we will hold back, and for the sake of the big picture, we will compromise with them. The great clan elder's voice was filled with ridicule. What a foolish thought. Ta Fei nodded his head. I understand. The Macefield Trading's family is a small prestigious family, and fits our principle of roping them in. The Hua family courtyard was heavily guarded. Ta Fei had been the great clan elder's assistant when the great clan elder was unknown. He had followed the great clan elder for over 40 years, and had been cautious and conscientious, gaining the great clan elder's trust. When the great clan elder became the master of the honorable martial palace, he had been promoted step by step, and became the second in command of Temple. Temple, they are a new prestigious family. Everyone thought of the same answer, and their expressions became excited. If he wanted conditions, it would have been easy, but now he wants us to state our conditions. Howl's face was filled with pain. Hua Li Ruo revealed a look of reminiscence and immediately replied, yes. Senior Exon bowed to the leader of the Iron Mask army, and called him son-in-law, and called himself subordinate. Sadra had the highest prestige out of the 4 of them, and upon hearing his words, the 4 of them immediately agreed. Who knows, they might still be dreaming of replacing us. They are truly foolish. Mo Gu shook his head. Temple has gone back on their promise that year. They are no longer able to tolerate any aristocratic families. They want to be the only masters of the honorable martial continent. Whoever they want to live will live, whoever they want to die will die. All of these idiots are just a group of cannon fodder, not worth mentioning. The Vicari family's patriarch, Hal Vicari, said, now, we need to discuss about how this matter will affect us. Clan Elder Ta Fei's report was as detailed as always, his face was filled with wrinkles, but he was hale and hearty, his gray eyes remained sharp, his hair was combed impeccably, and the pure white robe on his body was not bulky at all. Unlike the other clan elders who liked to wear rings embedded with sparkling gems, or liked to wear exquisite brooches, he did not have any decorations on him, and was as simple as an old soldier waiting for orders. That's right, they thought that the great clan elder would definitely not let the honorable martial continent fail, so he would definitely compromise. But they would never have thought that the great clan elder would be so astute and farsighted. If it was the first time they met, no one would have thought that the simple and spirited old man would actually be the number 2 clan elder of Temple. The great clan elder's tone was impassioned, the holy flames seemed to have sensed his emotions, and released a dazzling light aura, making him look like a golden sun. He seems to be the patriarch of the Constance family. Hey, the Goose Sight family's patriarch, who do you think he is working for? After listening to Clan Elder Ta Fei's report, the great clan elder said indifferently, you've said so much, does that mean that there is no conclusion? They are already rotten, Ta Fei. In the past few days, the number of esteemed guests that came to visit the Macefield Tradings had practically caused it to explode. Both parties had mobilized their full strength, wave after wave of lobbyists brought along astonishing wealth, with extravagant praises, instigation, and promises that flowed endlessly. The great clan elder's voice resonated in the honorable martial palace. Howl Vicari continued, Temple has issued the order to gather, although we have already informed them, but they still gathered over 300 small prestigious families. In terms of army numbers, we are at a disadvantage. The great clan elder's voice came out from the golden holy flames. It was calm and filled with confidence. As long as he is a spirit general, it does not matter. I never thought that there would be such a powerful spirit general in the world. The Chiu family did not lose unjustly. The patriarch of the Mo family, Mo Gu, was both moved and shocked. Sadra suddenly turned to look at Hua Li Rua, who was behind Hua Lu Shang. Who did you say the spirit general bowed to? Didn't Temple want to use the small prestigious families that they had personally supported to replace us? Hua Lu Shang snorted. Ever since they started talking about the prestigious families needing the recognition of Temple, we had already guessed that such a day would come. Then let us see how much power those country bumpkins have. Sadra Croft, who had been silent the entire time, spoke up. Regardless of what conditions he raises, satisfy him. Hua Lu Shang's eyes lit up. You mean? Chapter 9:12. And the situation had reached its peak when Clan Elder Seuss appeared alone in Snow City. Out of all of them, other than Xie Shangguan, the one with the most acute sense of smell was Ah Exen. He had also sensed that something was amiss, and the faintly discernible dangerous aura in the air. Desperate for help? Fu Zhengji muttered. Mo Gu did not think much of it. Do you think that Temple can play any tricks? Hua Lu Shang and Mo Gu could not help but reveal smiles. Macefield Trading's family's strength was unfathomable, and if they had a choice, they would definitely not fight with Macefield Trading's family. And once Macefield Trading's joins their alliance, Temple's destruction will be imminent. Sadra's eyes flashed with caution. Don't be careless. Hua Lu Shang spoke with disdain. Temple is finished, their era is over. Seeing Seuss's dejected look, I am happy. He is usually so arrogant, he is exactly the same as Temple. It's time to show our cards. Hua Lu Shang looked at Snow City in the distance, his face becoming serious. If Macefield Tradings chooses Temple, what measures do we have to take? Xiao Ran snorted, but was obviously bribed by Ji Zhe's big sister Xiao Ran. From the start, he was most worried about the great clan elder who had no presence, and not Sophie nor the Banner of Knights. Everyone's eyes landed on Sadra. He was the soul of the prestigious families. Tang Tian and Chie sat in a corner, watching the bunch of clowns. They could not help but laugh. Chie also laughed, but the smile on her face quickly disappeared, and she became worried. Big brother Tian, I feel that something is amiss. Melissa was startled for a moment, but quickly reacted. I will immediately go and count them. Suddenly, his eyes blurred, and a figure blocked his path. Seuss took a deep breath and strode forward. Then destroy him. Sadra did not hesitate, his expression was calm. Destroy him at all costs. Mo Gu nodded his head. That's right, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. He has no cards, how can he play? The conflicts between the new prestigious families, as well as their actions towards Temple, were no longer a secret. Senior Xian's intention was very clear. He wanted them to bid at the same time. It was extremely irrational to provoke Senior Xian and the Macefield Tradings when they held the advantage. And it was completely unnecessary. Howell did not believe that Temple could offer better terms than them. Ji Zhe sneered, and immediately turned his face. Sister Xiao Ran, he said he has a higher seniority than you. Temple has ruled over the honorable martial continent for so many years. Isn't this reaction a little too powerless? Thus, they brought their armies, the strongest armies of the four families, to control Snow City. After a moment, Melissa returned with a strange look on her face. Master, Miss Chie, we have calculated, there are more guests from the aristocratic alliance, about 60%. Everyone nodded their heads in unison. If Macefield Tradings were to side with Temple, it would be a huge threat to them, and even if they had to pay any price, they had to get rid of Macefield Tradings. On the empty street, Elder Seuss' figure was indescribably bleak. There were no strict guards with swords as sharp as snow, no noble and magnificent guards, no figures of all people bowing humbly, no dazzling divine light like the sun. He raised his head and recognized Howell. But in everyone else's eyes, he looked like a cornered beast struggling. All of the new prestigious families that were approached would promise, but they lacked actual actions. Sadra spoke up indifferently, "I hope that I am overthinking." Temple was in a dangerous situation and was showing signs of decline. Xiao Ran stared at Xen with an unkind expression. Howl sneered, "With your current state, there is no need for you to meet Senior Xen." Howl choked up. He was filled with fear towards the unfathomable Senior Xen. He truly did not dare to stop Seuss and not let him meet Senior Xen. Mace Field Tradings is the most important bargaining chip at the moment. Seuss' heart was filled with sorrow. He felt that Temple was truly in danger. "Maybe I will die in Snow City this time." He was extremely depressed. Seuss laughed out loud. "Could it be that you want to make the decision for Senior Xen? I wonder if Senior Xin is willing." The others stopped their quarreling and looked at Chia. But he knew that there was no point in saying anything, and he could only focus. In the current situation, no matter how experienced and astute he was, he could not think of how Temple could turn the tables. But he knew that the great clan elder was not someone who would surrender without a fight. Howl kept the complacency in his heart and said, "I will go meet him." He racked his brains, but could not understand the great clan elder's intentions. Even if he could convince the Mace Field Tradings family, the enemy would not let them leave alive. Howl opened up a path and gestured, "Let's go together." There were too many guests in the past few days, and the entire organization was exhausted from dealing with them. "Something's wrong." Tang Tian's attention was immediately attracted, and he immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Howl laughed insincerely. "Why is Clan Elder Seuss here alone? Could it be that Temple is not worried about Clan Elder Seuss' safety? Or do you think that the blades in our hands are not sharp enough? That we cannot cut off Clan Elder's head?" The smile on Hua Lu Shang's face froze. He forced a smile. "You guys are thinking too much. I admit that the great clan elder is powerful. But I do not believe that the great clan elder alone can turn the situation around." "That's not right." Xian's face became gloomy as he shook his head. Temple's actions in the past few days are also very strange. They have only done one thing. Chia said, "They have sent out all of their clan elders, and these clan elders are constantly meeting with the various families, but they do not seem to be active and have no results. I have noticed that these clan elders are scattered all over the same continent, and there are some places that do not have many armies." Ji Zhe looked at Xen with a look of disbelief. "Can you act well? Don't drop the ball at the crucial moment, or Big Sister Xiao Ran will definitely not forgive you." The powerful Temple could only rely on the new prestigious families. But the new prestigious families that were loose and scattered all had their own thoughts. Their armies were weak, and they lacked trust in each other, and more importantly, they were worried about Temple. Seuss threw away the pessimism in his heart and said calmly, "Whether or not to cut them down, wait till I see Senior Xen. I believe that Senior Xen will make the decision." How can a declining Temple compete with the prestigious families alliance for the Mace Field Tradings family? Compared to the overbearing prestigious families alliance, Temple's reaction was much weaker. Sophie's actions of leading the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights to massacre the Chiu family's encampment was more of a retaliation than a venting of anger. Almost all of the clan elders of Temple were mobilized. They were sent to various places in the Saint Continent to contact the various large armies and make their last effort. Seuss walked on the streets. His heart was trembling in fear. Snow City was under the control of the enemy armies, and he had the misconception that he was a sheep in a tiger's den. But it was the great clan elder's orders, and he could only obey. The worry in his heart did not decrease, but instead increased. He was different from the rest. He had interacted with the great clan elder before, and understood him better. He knew that the great clan elder who lived in seclusion and never asked about anything was a powerful man. Xen looked at Ji Zhe with disdain. "Do you think I'm like you? Come, obediently call me Senior Xen." The fact that Hugh had come alone was the best proof of that. Tang Tian had always trusted Chia's judgment, as Chia was much more intelligent than him. Qian Hui did not answer Tang Tian's question, but turned to ask Melissa, "Miss Melissa, for the past few days, are the guests speaking up for Temple more, Or are they speaking up for the aristocratic families more? Snow City was filled with an indescribable pressure and heaviness. The might of the 4 aristocratic families had enveloped the sky of the Saint Continent. But the great clan elder was stubborn and did not listen to his opinion. With Chia's words, Tang Tian reacted and had a look of confusion. That's right, aren't they anxious? Although they knew that if the prestigious families' alliance were to win, it would not be a good thing for them. But they knew that only by standing by the victor's side would they be able to survive. Sadra shook his head. You guys forgot about someone? Exin was dumbstruck. He was shocked by Ji Zhe's shamelessness. So it can be like this. Seems like the mystery will be revealed today. Tang Tian muttered to himself, flames dancing in his eyes. Furthermore, after thinking about the conditions that his side could provide, Seuss did not have any confidence. He could not understand the great clan elder's orders for all of Temple's clan elders to be mobilized and sent to various places in the Saint Continent. To Seuss, it was a completely futile action, and would instead let others see that Temple had lost control of the situation. Rather than casting a net in vain, it was better to gather all of their strength and attack the Mace Field Trading's family. There were many new prestigious families and the prestigious families that were secretly colluding with each other. Mace Field Tradings. No one was an ordinary person. They knew that they could not be careless until the last moment. The battle concerned the life and death of their families. If they won, they would become the true masters of the honorable martial continent. If they lost, they and their families would fall into the abyss of hell. There are many reasons why Temple is at a disadvantage, but it is not strange. So Temple and the prestigious families alliance need to rope us in, and logically speaking, Temple needs us more urgently. But the majority of the guests are from the prestigious families alliance. Isn't that strange? Chia hit the nail on the head. Temple had too few bargaining chips. Other than the honorable martial banner of knights, they had nothing else. Jiaya was far away in the Wei Yiguan continent. Mu Jixia's life and death were unknown, and Temple's most loyal forces were all in the Southern Alliance. The lieutenant generals that were still in the honorable martial continent had countless connections with the prestigious families, and most of them had ambiguous attitudes. Howl was startled, then asked, Great clan elder? In the sky, Howl could not help but reveal a pleased smile. Temple also knows that they cannot snatch us, so they only sent Seuss. Everyone who witnessed the scene had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. It was Temple, the one that created the honorable martial continent, the one that established their unbreakable dominance, but in a single night, it was as if the building had collapsed. Chia's face seemed to release a light aura that could see through everything. Her imposing aura caused everyone to feel deep veneration, and only at that moment did everyone remember her nickname as the Goddess of War. Chapter 9:13. Clan Elder Seuss, who was trembling violently, suddenly released a white flame from his body. But at such a time, he could not retreat. He did not speak any nonsense, and first bowed to Exin. Greetings, Senior Exin. Temple had pushed the Mace Field Trading's family in front of them. Temple's arrogance was truly incurable. It was not easy for them to do so. It was not difficult for the soldiers to stay focused in the face of sudden situations. But in calm situations, it was much more difficult to maintain their focus. To be able to do that meant that they were elites, and it meant that they had undergone tough training to be able to brand discipline into their instincts. Ever since he had gained enlightenment on the awakened god armor, how long had it been since he felt the threat of death? Sadra was unmoved. That is why there is this war. Suddenly, a low and dignified yet unfamiliar voice interrupted Xian's words. Tang Tian's movements were the fastest. The moment the holy flame appeared, he had already made his move on Clan Elder Seuss. His intuition was extremely sharp, but at that moment, his heart was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of danger. Sadra suddenly understood, his eyes filled with disbelief. You want to fight against all the prestigious families. The winner would win everything, and the loser would lose everything, even their lives would be lost. The unfamiliar voice from before had actually come from Theseus. They then understood where Temple's confidence came from. Truly a tight security, Seuss sighed in his heart. The Iron Mask army was much more outstanding than he had imagined. All of the soldiers were wearing iron masks, but he could still see many things. Every single one of them maintained their vigilance, and he did not see any of the soldiers' eyes wandering or distracted. Sadra's face darkened, causing him to feel uneasy. It was a condition that the Mace Field Trading's family could not reject. Everything in the honorable Martial continent, including all of you, belongs to Temple. The great clan elder's tone was indifferent, but extremely tyrannical. Seuss's face finally changed, and clan elder is colluding with the enemy. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Suddenly, a trace of understanding surfaced in his heart. Before meeting Xiao Ran and the young miss, his world only had the past, but now, his world still had the present. It feels good. So good. Seuss spoke with confidence. That's right, in terms of spirit research, who is more authoritative than Temple? Sandra's expression returned to normal. Yes, it's been 23 years. Axen was seated at the seat of honor, with Melissa standing quietly by his side. The soldiers of the Iron Mask army stood side by side with their backs against the white wall, standing silently, creating a somber atmosphere. Seuss's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm as he sneered, "Is that so? Even if you take down Temple, you will only get a pile of ruins." Seuss's head exploded like a watermelon, but his body did not fall. He could smell death. It still failed. The next scene made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. His gaze involuntarily turned to Xiao Ran. In the entire place, only Xiao Ran would be able to understand him the most, and would be able to understand how difficult it was to live for so long. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but bloom into an undetectable smile. Holy flame! The world of black and white seemed to have become brighter at this moment, becoming more lively, becoming more vivid, becoming a different color, even though he was just a spirit general. Seuss smiled bitterly in his heart. He had no confidence at all. Temple's arrogance and unwillingness to take a step back became even more abnormal. His voice had a slight change in tone, showing the shock in his heart. Seuss did not move, his mouth opened and closed, and his voice seemed to come out from his chest. "Sandra, I never thought that you would still be able to recognize my voice. It has been 20 years since we last met." Axen nodded his head. Clan Elder Seuss must have brought Temple's sincerity. I wonder what conditions Temple is willing to offer? A few sneers came out. It was Hua Lu Shang and the rest who revealed looks of ridicule. At such a time, Temple actually dares to put on such a high and mighty attitude. They are truly seeking death. Indiscriminate destruction? You are overestimating the clan elder's courage. Sandra chuckled. Not everyone is willing to be buried with Temple. Our Temple has many friends as well. As long as Temple has it, it will be ours. Just at that moment, Axen suddenly spoke out, "I don't need it." Seuss retracted his attention. No matter how elite the Iron Mask army was, if they were unable to convince them to Temple, it would be the worst thing that could happen. Sandra continued to speak leisurely. "Thank you, Temple, for helping us research for so long. We will definitely bring these results to greater heights. Temple still has many good things, and we will cherish them." Everyone could feel the dangerous aura, but they did not know where the danger was coming from. On the contrary, Hua Lu Shang and the rest who were initially panicking immediately calmed down. They understood Sandra, and since he had spoken, they knew that he definitely had a way. But his words were not wrong. But it was fine. It was not that he did not have any bargaining chips. The pure and gentle holy flames showed how profound Seuss's attainments were. The holy flames enveloped Seuss's entire body, making him look like he was on fire. Xian's gaze turned to Clan Elder Seuss and said, "If that's the case, then I'm sorry." Xian suddenly stood up. His gaze exploded as he stared at Seuss. Everyone else stood up in shock, and looked at Seuss as though they had seen a ghost. "I am just taking back what belongs to us," Sandra said indifferently. Xian did not deny it. His gaze pretended to sweep past the guards not far away, and exchanged glances with Tang Tian and Xie, and saw the vigilance in each other's eyes. Thinking about it now, there were many signs, but I only thought that they were trying to befriend us, and never expected for their schemes to be so huge. I am not just living in my memories. Impossible. Hua Lu Shang suddenly spoke out. The corrosion of time is the laws of the world, and cannot be stopped by humans. All of you are speaking nonsense. Everyone could tell that something was wrong with Seuss. His body was stiff and unmoving, his gaze was dazed and lost focus, and only his mouth was opening and closing. The scene in front of them was extremely strange. Everyone felt a chill down their spines, and their hairs stood on end. Seuss calmed down instead. In truth, he did not believe it in his heart, but he could not care too much about it at the moment. He pretended to be confident and said, "It seems like everyone has forgotten. Temple was the first to start researching spirits, and I believe that no one has invested more than Temple in this aspect." Hua Lu Shang and the rest's eyes lit up. "That's right, as long as we take down Temple, everything in Temple will belong to us. Your memory is always better than mine. I truly do not wish to meet you, old friends, but now we have to fight to the death." The great clan elder sighed. Their gazes met, and Axen could sense the warmth and concern in Xiao Ran's eyes. Seuss did not know why the great clan elder was not willing to give in at such a time, although they had to use any conditions to rope in Macefield Tradings, but they were not willing to give the most important condition. Temple's attitude was clear. Temple was the master, and Macefield Tradings was the subordinate. And if Macefield Tradings were to join the alliance, they would be partners, and everyone would be the masters of Honorable Martial Continent in the future. Although it would involve the distribution of power and benefits, but at least everyone would be equal. Seuss was not used to doing things in such a direct manner, but at that moment he steeled his heart and went straight to the point. As long as Macefield Tradings is willing to follow Temple, Macefield Tradings will be the only aristocratic family in Honorable Martial Continent. Regardless of what Macefield Tradings needs, Temple will satisfy them. Sadra finally revealed a smile. He knew that Temple had completely failed. But Temple's attitude was still a little surprising. He calmed himself down and spoke. Temple is willing to impart the method to resist against the corrosion of time and can extend Senior Xianxia's life. Upon hearing Sadra's words, a bad premonition surfaced in Seuss's heart. 20 years ago, I already knew that you did not submit, but it was difficult for me to take action against you. Everything has ended, Sadra. Thank you for this war. A new era is about to begin. The faces of Sadra and the rest froze. A look of panic flashed past their eyes. They finally understood that they had neglected an important point. Senior Xian was a spirit general. Temple is Temple. They are already used to being the masters of the Honorable Martial Continent. As for the rest, they can only be servants. Howl mocked and ridiculed, not forgetting to add insult to injury. Sadra and the rest's attention was immediately attracted. The Honorable Martial Continent does not need any prestigious families. The Honorable Martial Continent only needs Temple. The great clan elder's voice was filled with fanaticism. Seuss's body trembled. His heart was filled with bitterness. In truth, he had never been willing to admit it. This operation had been planned by the aristocratic families for a long time. They had probably infiltrated Temple for many years, and Seuss had already sensed it. Sadra, who had been watching from the side, suddenly laughed and said, "That's right, in terms of researching spirits, no one is more authoritative than Temple." Sadra and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They were most worried that Temple was willing to promise to rule the Honorable Martial Continent with Macefield Tradings in order to turn the situation around. Of course, even if that was the case, they had their reasons, as they had an alliance with Temple in the past. You only understand now? Sadra, you've regressed. The great clan elder's voice became even more fanatical. Temple needs a new life. The Honorable Martial Continent needs a new life. Only I can give them a new life. What a pity, Sadra, you won't be able to see it. Sadra stared at Seuss, his face filled with shock. Great clan elder. If there was a way to resist the corrosion of time, Senior Xian would be able to exist for a long time. To the Macefield Tradings family, Senior Xian was their protector, and to be able to prevent their protector from disappearing, it was extremely valuable. When clan elder Seuss and Howl rushed to Macefield Tradings, Sadra and the rest were already seated in the hall. They had arrived earlier. Although they felt that Temple no longer had any methods to turn the tables, But no one dared to be careless at such a crucial time. The warning signs were extremely intense, causing all of the hairs on Tang Tian's body to stand. Chapter 9:14. The Great Clan Elder has tricked all the enemies to come to Saint Continent. Saint Continent is a trap, and the Great Clan Elder has definitely set up countless of killing moves. The spirit inside the holy flames started to melt, and golden drops of liquid started to seep out. The golden drops of liquid quickly seeped into the holy flames. The struggling of the spirit became weaker and weaker, it became smaller and dimmer, and when the last drop of golden liquid seeped into the holy flames, the initially blazing white holy flames became a noble pale gold. Whoosh, a wisp of white holy flames emerged from Clan Elder Su's neck. At that moment, no one cared about him, as everyone was captivated by the terrifying scene. The stronger they were, the stronger the sense of danger they felt, as they stared at the regiment of golden holy flames as though they were facing a great enemy. What family's glory? What personal value? At this moment, all of that had fled beyond the highest heavens. The intense fear enveloped him, and he just wanted to get as far away from the damned place as possible. The headless Elder Su's body was like a wooden stake that did not fall, not moving an inch, like a human-shaped candle that was stuck in the ground. That was the only thought in his mind. The unprecedented fear caused him to burst forth with an unprecedented potential, and with an unprecedented speed, he rushed out. Clan Elder Su's body seemed to be the best fuel for the holy flames. It burned extremely quickly, and in the blink of the eye, the holy flames had reached Clan Elder Su's waist, and the initially thick holy flames had become 100 times larger. Spirit, that is Clan Elder Su's spirit. But Tang Tian had never seen a true spirit before. Spirit generals were not spirits, as the secret behind the formation of spirit generals had not been completely unraveled. But the two had an inseparable relationship, and it was widely believed that spirit generals were formed from the obsession and spirit of a martial artist. They would never have thought that it was just a facade created by the great clan elder. In the eyes of Temple, they were just a decoy used to numb the traditional aristocratic families, a decoy that would eventually be killed. Compared to the sacred Saint Galaxy, Tang Tian, who came from Heaven's Road, was more familiar with the concept of spirits. Spirit generals, spirit cards, were not anything special in Heaven's Road, but the most common objects. They had different grades, but their essence was the same. Many of the sinners who knew that they were going to be tied to the pillar of punishment would think of ways to commit suicide. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. I have finally escaped from that terrifying place. I have truly escaped with my life. However, Qiu Ning knew that this method was very scary and dangerous. When Su's last toe disappeared into the holy flames, the blazing white holy flames were dyed with a layer of gold. The blood drained from his face in an instant. His control of his aura was excellent, not revealing a single trace. Even Tang Tian was fooled. He had perfectly fooled everyone. Qiu Ning's expression changed again. Of course he had heard of the Pillar of Judgment. It was the most cruel punishment in Temple, and only the most unforgivable criminals would be tied to the Pillar of Punishment. The sinners who were tied to the Pillar of Punishment, their bodies would become fuel for the holy flames, slowly being burned by the holy flames. During the entire process, the sinners would not die. On the contrary, their minds would be extremely clear, and their perception would be enhanced countless times. The pain would also be multiplied countless times. In the distant horizon, pillars of golden flames shot into the sky from all directions, as if they were golden pillars that connected heaven and earth. When the armies of the four great aristocratic families appeared outside Snow City, he knew that the four great aristocratic families would most likely place the entire city under martial law. Once the entire city was placed under martial law, the security around Macefield Tradings would definitely become extremely tight, and at that time, it would be extremely difficult to sneak in. Temple is truly too terrifying. The great clan elder is truly too terrifying. Qiu Ning did not know how many times he had sighed. The place where Clan Elder Su stood was empty. It was as if he was facing a great enemy, every single muscle in his body tensed up. He rushed out for a few meters, then suddenly stopped. He raised his head and stared blankly at the distant horizon. From the start, it was a trap. On Tang Tian's left flank, Ji Zhe did not care too much. The dark red bewitching blade was dragged by his side. His hand that was holding onto the blade was extremely stable and unmoving, but his body that was leaning forward was like a beast that was preparing to pounce. Qiu Ning had snuck in 2 days earlier and managed to avoid the martial law. The noble and luxurious gold liquid permeated into the holy flames, causing the might of the holy flames to multiply. The noble and luxurious aura made him feel as though he was bleeding. Ever since the ringing of the holy bell, it was a meticulously laid-out trap by the great clan elder. Qiu Ning's mouth was filled with bitterness, thinking about his own family, thinking about the various aristocratic families. They all thought that it was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens, and all of them jumped into the pit of fire without hesitation, but who knew that the great clan elder had long wanted to take action against them. He had never been so afraid, so terrified. Wait a minute. The roof of the hall was extremely weak in front of the golden fiery pillars, and when the fiery pillars touched the roof, the entire roof was vaporized. Tang Tian's eyes constricted. Inside the blazing white holy flames, a faint figure was struggling in pain. His body froze. He turned his head in shock. The golden holy flames behind him soared into the sky. But the holy flames in front of him had completely toppled his impression of the holy flames. Exen also noticed the figure and exclaimed out, "How is that possible?" He rushed frantically towards Qiu Yu's hiding spot. He did not have many friends. Qiu Yu had grown up with him, and their relationship was the best. He wanted to bring Qiu Yu out alive. Everyone stared at the holy flames in shock. All of their faces revealed looks of shock. Even Tang Tian was no exception. What made him even more anxious was that following the holy flames' continuous strengthening, the quantity was gradually changing, the attributes of the holy flames were quietly changing, and he could feel the changes. Chia did not speak any nonsense. She quickly retreated. She knew that something was amiss, and just like how Tang Tian would always believe in her judgment of the situation, she would always believe in her big brother Tian unconditionally in battle. Xiao Man was half a step behind Tang Tian, both of her hands holding onto her zanbato. She guarded Tang Tian's right flank, so that she could provide support at any time. Unknowingly, Axen had the undying sword in his hand. His frivolous face had an unprecedented seriousness, as well as anger, a deep and endless anger. She looked at Axen, who was not far away. The raging holy flames continued to spurt out in all directions. Seuss, who was left with only half a body, had transformed from a human-shaped candle into a huge human-shaped torch. Qiu Ning had silently concealed himself. He had already concealed himself for 2 days and 2 nights. Tang Tian stared intently at the burning corpse. His forehead was covered with a layer of perspiration. His back was even more drenched. That is not a spirit general. Tang Tian immediately sensed it. When the golden droplets appeared in the holy flames, Qiu Ning felt his entire body turn cold. The bone-chilling intent seeped into the deepest parts of his bones. The golden pillar of flames shot into the sky. The holy and cold aura was emitted from the thick and solid golden pillar of flames. That was his deepest experience for the day. He had never felt such fear towards the great clan elder, who was just a symbol in his mind. It was Temple's cruelest punishment, a place that was even crueler and more painful than hell. Stay far away from here. The pure and gentle white holy flames were still majestic and holy, releasing an aura that made people bow down to it. But the scene in front of them revealed an indescribable strangeness, causing everyone to feel a chill down their spines. The great clan elder did not even want to let go of the wavering new prestigious families. He wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. From the start, Temple had always been supporting and roping in the new prestigious families. Everyone thought that Temple wanted to use them to deal with the traditional prestigious families, and even the new prestigious families were pleased with themselves, thinking that they had a bargaining chip in their hands, a bargaining chip that they could use to benefit from both sides. Everyone's face changed, and the people who were closer all retreated. The holy flames had become stronger, and also more dangerous. The feeling of surviving a calamity caused his body to relax, and his footsteps to become lighter. He planned to leave the place immediately, leave Snow City, and leave Saint Continent. The raging holy flames did not have any berserk aura. It was still majestic and holy, but even more intense, as though there was a god emperor looking down on all living beings. Even the air seemed to be enveloped by the majesty, and an invisible pressure enveloped everyone. No one stopped him. In a blur, he had rushed out of the hall and onto the streets. Saudra's shocked voice came out from behind him. Tang Tian had fought with Roger before, and was not unfamiliar with the honorable martial holy flames. In that exchange, he had suppressed Roger the entire time, and did not give him any chance. At that time, although he felt that the banner of knights truly lived up to their name, but he felt that he had some confidence. Temple, this is Temple? Saint Continent is in danger. Temple is too terrifying, the great clan elder is too terrifying, too deranged. Qiu Ning did not hesitate. He did not care about being exposed, and used all of his strength to rush out. The white holy flames continued to burn silently. Temple had not used the pillar of punishment for many years, but it had actually appeared here. He did not retreat, but took a step forward, and protected Chie behind him. Clan Elder Seuss's soul struggled in the holy flames. The holy flames continued to burn silently, but for some reason, everyone seemed to be able to hear the heart-wrenching screams. Qiu Ning was still searching for an opportunity, but the situation had changed so quickly that he was caught unprepared. Clan Elder Seuss's transformation almost caused him to cry. Qiu Ning immediately judged that the victor of the battle would only be one person, the great clan elder. A trap. What the hell is going on? Qiu Ning's figure had just reached the door, when he suddenly felt something explode behind him. A holy and ice-cold aura enveloped his body. His position was extremely ingenious. It was right above the great hall, behind the beam. The tense atmosphere in the hall caused everyone to be extremely nervous, and no one noticed him. The intense fear filled every corner of his body, causing his mind to go blank for a moment. He had never encountered such a situation before. The scene was so cruel, so vicious, it had exceeded the limits of what he could imagine. Since a long time ago, Qiu Ning had rarely felt surprised. He felt that he could calmly face all the strange things in the world, and would not feel fear. But today he was truly frightened. Bang! He was not stupid. For the great clan elder to dare to do such a crazy and deranged thing, he definitely had a meticulous plan. Such a lively soul appeared in front of Tang Tian's eyes, and it was extremely shocking. When the blazing white holy flames spewed out from Clan Elder Seuss's broken neck, all of the hairs on his body stood. The silhouette was actually Clan Elder Seuss. The two of them were not on the same level. Roger's holy flames were weak flames, but the holy flames in front of him were like the flames of a volcano erupting. Pillars of punishment. Qiu Ning suddenly turned. Behind him, golden pillars of flames continued to shoot into the sky. She knew why Xen was angry. She was equally angry. To even make use of other people's souls, it is truly too vicious. When the soul was completely incinerated, it meant that he would truly perish, and even the possibility of becoming a spirit general would be lost. Thinking about what the great clan elder had said, that he would not let any of the prestigious families go, Qiu Ning could not guess what the great clan elder was going to do next. What kind of method can deal with all of the prestigious families? As a spirit general, the feeling was even more intense. Leave the Saint Continent. I need to leave the Saint Continent immediately. As for a pure living soul, no one had ever seen one before. He was extremely cold, even if he was born in the Qiu family, a family that held grudges against Temple, but in his heart, Temple was still worthy of respect and holiness. He had never thought that such a terrifying and crazy thing would actually come from Temple. Step back a little. Tang Tian spoke to Chie without turning his head. The great clan elder had such deep foresight, everyone was being toyed with by him, and no one could see through his intentions. He was so cold and emotionless. Clan Elder Seuss was loyal and devoted to him, but he had lit a candle on him, and even his soul was not spared. His intuition was extremely sharp, and the feeling was much more intense than anyone else. Seuss's flesh and blood melted like wax, and was engulfed by the white holy flames. Everyone watched as the corpse melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the holy flames grew stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qiu Ning suppressed the fear in his heart, and rushed out without caring about anything else. He knew that at such a time, he had to be even more decisive. Any hesitation or thoughts of luck would only cause him to lose the best chance to escape. And it's the great clan elder that is revered by the entire world. No one knew what was going on, but everyone's hearts were filled with unease, as though something terrifying was happening. But no one knew how to stop it. Even smashing their skulls was useless. They could only watch quietly. No one knew what the holy flames were, but they knew that all of the great clan elders' plans were in the terrifying golden holy flames. A golden pillar of flames surged out from the golden holy flames and soared into the sky. Clan Elder Seuss's head was smashed into pieces, revealing half of his neck. Everyone could clearly see the pale white bones and the blood and flesh. Under normal circumstances, the blood that spurted out would form a blood mist. But the strange thing was that not a single drop of blood flowed out from Seuss's neck. But he quickly regained his senses. When he regained his senses, Qiu Ning's first reaction was to escape. The golden holy flames swallowing and spitting of flames became extremely slow, as though every swallowing and spitting of flames was extremely heavy. It was like a god that had awoken from its slumber and slowly gazed at all living beings. Its gaze seemed to be able to shatter the world. Chapter 9:15. We should have died for Temple, to let the clan elders take the lead. It is too discouraging. Yes, give up your life, and become a spirit general. Sophie stared at the figure in the flames. Without warmth, the corrosion of time will cause your memories to slowly fade. You will forget your family, forget your lover, and become a killing machine. How is that any different from death? I do not know if there will be a position for me in the future, nor do I know if I will lead Temple to the light or the darkness. No, I am right. Those damned rich families, they relied on their past achievements to obstruct Temple. They must die. The golden holy flame flowed on the floor of the honorable martial palace. The great clan elder did not look old at all. He was still as imposing as when he was young. The great clan elder stared at the light sculptures on the walls of the honorable martial palace. The countless heroes on them were extremely lifelike. It was the honorable martial palace's epic. Every important battle that honorable martial palace had experienced, every elder that had contributed to Temple were engraved. For the 10,000-year plan of Temple, all the sacrifices were worth it. And the great clan elder had used inconceivable victories to prove his trust in him, and he had never let him down. Sophie was silent. This is a gamble that we can't afford to lose. Every single person in Temple will become a bargaining chip and be placed on the table. The cold and emotionless words were like daggers that pierced into everyone's hearts. The great clan elder's voice was filled with ridicule. Everything that you have was given to you by Temple. Every single one of you swore that you would give up everything for Temple, including everything you have. But now, Temple needs all of you to die, but all of you have retreated. The light cocoons lined up neatly, there were no longer any sounds, and a vague figure could be seen inside. The figure in the flames waved his hand, causing countless sparks to fly. Do what we have to do. Since our hands are already stained with the blood of our own people, then the blood of our enemies is the best wine. How can we return without getting drunk? Are they the only ones walking towards death? Out of the 564 clan elders in Temple, 342 of them have already died. They did not even have the chance to become spirit generals. They have been reduced to ashes and nothing is left. They have given their souls to Temple, and before they die, they will suffer the pain of their souls burning. The remaining elders will be burned into holy flames before sunset tomorrow. An indifferent voice came out from the flames. All the honorable martial knights raised their heads involuntarily, their faces filled with shock. Leader, a knight of light stood up and said, "Great elder is right. We can't decide how we die, but I have never forgotten my oath." Taffy bent down and said with respect and certainty, "Of course not. Your will is the light." Taffy bowed even lower. As he had been in power for so many years, Half of the elders in Temple were personally chosen by him. These clan elders were all powerful and outstanding, which could be seen from their progress in training the holy flame. Many of the elders were actually more like his students, but all of them were going to give up everything for this gamble. Sophie stood up. I stopped them. Charles is already dead. I don't want them to die too, Sophie said in a low voice. Captain, we will be spirit generals in the future. We will not look down on you anymore. They died because of me. I deserve this. A sigh came out from the flames. But this is our responsibility, our generation's responsibility. Blood and reputation can be sacrificed, and we can only sacrifice. If we do not take care of these aristocratic families, we will miss an extremely rare opportunity, a chance to unify the world. We need to sacrifice ourselves. Only then can we leave a clean, honorable, martial continent for our successors. I don't care. The voice from the flames was old and firm, filled with arrogance and disdain. The flames flew wantonly, and Taffy felt as though he was looking at the young figure that made him submit to him. The figure in the flames raised his hand and pressed his palm that was enveloped in flames onto the radiant sun above the sculpture. He needed a strong, honorable, martial continent. Only with one voice could the honorable martial continent be truly strong, to be able to defeat the Southern Alliance, to be able to unify the world, and to be able to conquer Heaven's Road. He had personally created all of this, and from the moment he started to impart the holy flame to them, the plan had quietly unfolded. He initially thought that with so many years of mental preparation he would be able to face it calmly, but when he personally saw the golden pillars of flames soaring into the sky, he felt as though his heart was being stabbed by knives. The flaming door disappeared behind the great clan elder, and in front of him was the honorable martial banner of knights. The great clan elder was obviously enraged by the situation. His voice was filled with anger. Why did you not carry out the plan? If they lost, they would lose all the clan elders, and Temple would only exist in name. And such a crazy and bloody method would cause Temple to become an existence that the entire honorable martial continent despised, and no one would forgive them. There were too many voices in the honorable martial continent. They will not die, the great clan elder said. Taffy bowed slightly, just like a few decades ago. The plan is going smoothly. The number of pillars of punishment that have been activated has already reached 342. Tears flowed down Sophie's face. Only by succeeding could everyone's sacrifice be meaningful, and their decades of hard work would not be wasted. This was truly a huge gamble. If they won, Temple would no longer have any restraints. The entire honorable martial continent would only have one master, and Temple's will would be carried out in every corner of the honorable martial continent. It was the deepest wish of every great clan elder, but no one had ever fulfilled it, and no one had ever given up on it. The great clan elder in the flames stared straight at Sophie, his angry roar disappeared, and his voice became gloomy. Why? Clan elder Ta Fei looked at the empty honorable martial palace, and became absent-minded. When his gaze finally landed on the golden figure at the top of the sacred palace, his originally absent-minded gaze suddenly became excited, but very quickly, it became complicated again. All of the honorable martial banner of knights stood up. They lined up neatly and stood in front of Sophie. Commander, wait for us to come out. Silence, a stifling silence. Yes, there is no difference. Maybe it is better to die. The figure in the flames was not angry, but his tone suddenly became stern. But other than being your soldiers, they are still honorable martial banner of knights, giving up everything for Temple. That is their meaning, regardless of whether they live or die. Commander, we will definitely fight side by side. White holy flames surged out from the sun, and then spread out, transforming into a white flaming door. The great clan elder took a step forward and stepped into the flaming door. The great clan elder of the flaming door disappeared at the same time. Sophie raised her head. Her gaze was calm and clear. They are my soldiers. I cannot let them die for nothing. The golden holy flames extended out from the bottom and quickly enveloped the light cocoon. The holy flames continued to seep into the light cocoon, causing the indistinct figure inside to struggle in pain. Pa! Everyone bowed to Sophie. Every generation of the higher-ups of Temple were determined to forge ahead, They viewed the expansion of temple as their own lives, and the great clan elder was no exception. It was because of the seniors and elders advancing wave after wave that the honorable martial temple had its current state. Ta Fei's gaze once again became as firm as steel. The honorable martial banner of knights turned and stepped into the white circle of light behind them. The moment they stepped into the circle of light, the circle of light seemed to have come to life, producing a white screen of light that gradually rose. The white screen of light rose above their heads, converging into a cocoon of light that enveloped them. A look of longing flashed past his eyes. That's right, to be able to leave behind a clean, honorable martial continent for future generations, it is such a beautiful thing. Ta Fei was never a soft-hearted person. His hands had been stained with blood countless times. However, this gamble still made his heart ache. "Commander, don't die in front of us." "How is it?" he suddenly asked. The golden holy flames around his body silently swallowed. A chuckle came out from the flames. The great clan elder sighed. "I know you can't bear to, and neither can I. You know me, although I am not a benevolent person, but I am not a bloodthirsty person either. No, I just don't want them to die in vain." Sophie did not avoid the great clan elder's gaze. "They are soldiers. They should die on the battlefield. And not in this dark corner, dying for the sake of becoming a spirit general. Eternal light. Even if I take revenge for him, he will not live, but everyone will die." Sophie shook his head. "They can die on the battlefield, but I don't want them to die like this." Sophie stood at the front of the group, remaining silent. Ta Fei stood up. He felt his entire body brimming with energy. "My life is coming to an end. To be able to display my last bit of light and warmth before I die, what regrets do I have?" Ta Fei's heart warmed. He laughed. "You are actually so courteous, I am not used to it." He had followed the great clan elder for over 10 years, and obeying the great clan elder had long become his creed. Regardless of how difficult it was or how dangerous the situation was, he would always stand by the great clan elder's side, protecting him. "No one has the right to choose, Sophie." The great clan elder said, "This is a war, and you will never be able to decide where your battlefield will be, just like how you cannot decide how you die. What I can do is to make sure that your deaths do not lose their meaning. And it is to the best of my ability. I cannot guarantee anything, but we have no other choice. Your painstaking efforts will definitely be remembered." Ta Fei said sincerely. All the anger disappeared, and the figure in the flames was startled. After a moment, he said, "Yes, Charles is already dead, but we must take revenge for him." 342. The great clan elder muttered, as though he was deeply moved, as though he was sighing, "To groom 342 clan elders, it was not easy, and it is all your credit. All these years, I did not manage much. It has been hard on you. But this time." So, they had to win. Only by winning could they wantonly write their history. Another honorable martial banner of knights stood up. "I swear to protect the light with my life." All the hesitation and distracting thoughts flashed past his mind, and his gaze quickly regained clarity. He had been through countless of storms, and knew that the plan had already begun, and they had no other way out. Chapter 9:16. The sky. Could it be the sky? Howl's face was filled with shock and fear. The great clan elder is crazy. To use this to seal the entire Saint Continent, how many temple clan elders will die? No one doubted the great clan elder's words of wiping out everyone in one fell swoop. The grand scene before them seemed to be describing the great clan elder's lofty aspirations. The rain-like light auras brought forth terrifying whistles as they struck one of the pillars of punishment. What is its use? Tang Tian racked his brains. If he could understand the usage of the pillars of punishment, he would be able to come up with a countermeasure. But a shocking scene occurred. All of the attacks were like clay oxen entering the ocean. They did not cause any ripples. To be able to maintain his composure in such a situation and give out orders in an orderly manner, Sadra is truly not a simple person. Including Tang Tian, everyone's faces became extremely ugly. You only understand now? Sadra, you've regressed. A special method. Could it be that these pillars of punishment are used to seal the Saint Continent? Tang Tian took a deep breath and calmed the anxiety in his heart. He knew that it was useless to be anxious at the moment, but the intense sense of danger enveloped his heart, and the immense pressure pressed down on him like a mountain. Truly extravagant. In Tang Tian's vision, there were more than 10 pillars of holy flames, and in the distant horizon, there were even more pillars of golden flames soaring into the sky. Back to the main topic, Tang Tian forced himself to calm down and focused on the situation in front of him. Tang Tian sighed in his heart. It had been a long time since he had such admiration for someone. He had personally witnessed how the pillars of punishment were formed. It was Clan Elder Seuss who was incinerated into ashes that created the pillars of punishment. Such a grand scene, with so many pillars of punishment, how many clan elders must be incinerated to death? Behind such a grand scene, how much danger and killing intent is hidden? How cold is it? Hearing that, the rest all relaxed. That's right. Although they are temporarily unable to leave the Saint Continent, but to kill them, we need to fight with real swords and spears. But the strength that Temple could bring out was pitifully little. As for starving to death, that was even more ridiculous. Sandra did not expect the Great Elder to research such an obscure thing, and it seemed like he had made a breakthrough. He had never heard of the pillars of punishment needing human lives to be activated. You want to deal with all the prestigious families. The Great Elder's strength surpassed any enemy he had encountered in the past. He was shrewd, cunning, ruthless, decisive, and filled with patience. He could tell that the First Elder had secretly prepared this situation for decades. When the First Patriarch and Sandra were still friends, the First Patriarch had already predicted everything that would happen and started to prepare for it. How powerful and unfathomable he was! Tang Tian was a little excited. He felt that he had found the key to this. The position of the pillars of punishment was not at the estuary, showing that Temple's method was not to seal the estuary. If it was not the estuary, they could seal the Saint Continent. The Great Elder lived in seclusion, and the outside world knew very little about his personality and temper. However, Sandro had fought side by side with the Great Elder when he was young, and he knew that the Great Elder was very interested in new things. When the Great Elder was still young, he was already extremely interested in the most abstruse research of spirits, and had spent a lot of time on it. But Sandro had once advised him that rather than wasting time on the abstruse research of spirits, it was better to spend more time on projects that had hope of success. How many died? Moe Gu snorted. I reckon that all of them are dead. But what's the use of trapping us? Other than the Banner of Knights, what other armies do they have? Don't tell me they expect us to starve to death? Tang Tian raised his head and looked at the towering pillars of punishment, which extended deep into the sky. Sandro's calmness infected the prestigious alliance. The other patriarchs quickly calmed down and started to issue orders. The armies under them were all elites, and they knew what they needed to do at such a time. A large number of scouts were sent out like sand. Although they could not fly at high altitudes, they could fly at low altitudes without any obstruction. That is definitely an unconventional method. What exactly is it? As expected, they want to catch us all in one fell swoop. Hua Lu Shang's face was ashen. Even Tang Tian and the rest were attracted. They were curious. Can the pillars of punishment be destroyed? Since the great clan elder wanted to wipe out all the prestigious families, he definitely needed to seal the Saint Continent. To them, it was a good thing. Both parties were allies, and Tang Tian did not wish for his ally to be a useless ally. After confirming his guess, when they reached a height of 30 m, Tang Tian did not force himself, but followed the force back to the ground. The most eye-catching thing was that a military general was currently organizing his soldiers, preparing to launch a probing attack on the pillars of punishment. What is Temple trying to do? In the blink of the eye, the bodyguard's flesh was incinerated into ashes by the holy flames, as though the holy flames had eaten their fill and dispersed, and once again entered the pillars of punishment. The great clan elder is a ruthless person who views human lives as worthless grass. The moment Tang Tian left the ground, he felt a powerful aura descending from the sky, as though Tai was pressing down on him. The power that could topple mountains and overturn seas suppressed Tang Tian's entire body, leaving him with nowhere to hide. The imposing and cold aura struck straight into his heart, causing him to want to kneel down and worship it. Normally, the best way to seal a continent was to seal the estuaries. But the estuaries of the Saint Continent were too many. Furthermore, Temple had very few armies in their hands, and they were unable to seal all the estuaries. Temple had to use some special methods to seal the Saint Continent. Every time he went up, the pressure would multiply, as though the pressure was boundless. After going up a few meters, the sky above Tang Tian's head suddenly lit up with a golden light screen. The surging golden holy flames spewed out from the pillars of punishment, transforming into a golden light screen that enveloped the sky above Tang Tian's head. He shook his head at Xie and Xian, indicating that they were unable to resist it. Behind the mask, Tang Tian's face was filled with shock. He did not know what the pillars of punishment were, but he could roughly guess that the Honorable Martial Alliance had something similar. But the scene in front of him was truly too shocking. It was difficult to judge the height of the pillars with the naked eye. They towered into the clouds, as though they were holding up the sky. Everyone below were stunned by the bloody scene in front of them. Could it be that the pillars of punishment have something special about them? The conversation between Sadra and the great clan elder flashed past Tang Tian's mind and reminded Tang Tian. The great clan elder wanted to deal with the aristocratic families, and also the new prestigious families, and definitely did not use conventional methods. Conventional methods would not allow the great clan elder to achieve his goal. Be careful, Sadra said. Stay away from the pillars of punishment as much as possible. They might have offensive capabilities, and be especially careful of the holy flames. Send more people to investigate the surroundings. Temple definitely has other tricks up their sleeves. Tang Tian's ascension suddenly stopped, but he quickly continued to ascend, but at a much slower speed than before. The phenomenon in the sky and Tang Tian's attempt was clearly seen by everyone on the ground, and all of their faces changed. One of the bodyguards who boasted of his strength also followed Tang Tian and flew up, but upon ascending 10 m, his body suddenly exploded like a watermelon. The holy flames in the sky were like vultures that had seen their prey and swarmed over. Tang Tian suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly calmed down. In battle, Tang Tian was extremely calm and sharp. He carefully observed the positions of the pillars of punishment and the distance between them. Since the great clan elder did not hesitate to sacrifice the temple clan elder's life to create the pillars of punishment, then they definitely have their own unique uses. Sadra did not say anything, and only looked at the towering pillars of punishment. He had some suspicions in his heart. Where does the great clan elder's confidence come from? Why does he have such confidence? He glanced at Tang Tian. My own bodyguard did not even leap 10 m before his body exploded, but the iron-masked soldier flew at least 30 m and landed safely. How is his body so strong? The military general did not believe it, and simply pulled out his entire army to attack the pillars of punishment, but it did not affect them at all. Regardless of how berserk the energy was, once it entered the pillars of punishment, it would be devoured by the holy flames. A stern look flashed past Tang Tian's eyes. He snorted, the light aura around his body exploded out. He stepped on the air, as though he was ascending to the heavens. He ascended step by step. He had never been so nervous in battle before, and it was the first time. But it was a pity that he did not study much about the pillars of punishment. It was not only him, everyone else did not study much about it. Even in temple, no one would study it. The pillars of punishment was a method of punishment, and it was rarely used. As Tang Tian descended, the omnipresent pressure immediately disappeared without a trace. The holy flames that converged in the sky were like a school of fish that had lost their prey, and once again entered the pillars of punishment. He must have had a breakthrough on the pillars of punishment. The golden pillars of flames spat out tongues of flame. The flames were clearly powerful, but they remained silent. They were like wild beasts entrenched in the pillars of flames, quietly swallowing and spitting, watching coldly from the sidelines, but the holy chi was like an exploding wave, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. The golden holy flames swallowed silently. The gigantic pillar of flames was like a gigantic beast that could devour everything. After absorbing the attack, the holy flames that spiraled around the pillars of punishment became even stronger, and the golden light of the holy flames became even more intense. Everyone finally understood the use of the pillars of punishment. The current Saint Continent was like a huge cage, and everyone was trapped in the Saint Continent. The holy and imposing golden holy flames looked like the dark flames of a demon in everyone's eyes. Sadra was surprised by Tang Tian's performance, but Tang Tian was also surprised by Sadra's performance. He felt as though he was in the deep sea. Every step he took was extremely difficult. The terrifying pressure was pressing down on him from all directions, and he could even hear the bones in his body creaking. His heart trembled. His body could be said to be forged from copper and iron, and was one of the most tyrannical bodies in the world. If he was in such a state, then the others would definitely be crushed into meat paste under the pressure. Thinking about that, Sadra's heart sank. Tang Tian's heart moved, and he suddenly exerted strength in his legs. Chapter 9:17. No one knew that in the depths of her heart, there was an unknown struggle and fear. He had received an order from the High Command Department, and he did not find it strange. Although he had been at the rear recently, but regardless of whether it was the recruitment of soldiers or the construction of the defensive line to delay Moxin, he had completed them all beautifully and had outstanding achievements. When the last wisp of smoke dissipated into the air, everyone who witnessed the scene had their faces drained of blood. Their hearts were filled with unease, even if they knew that Temple could not wipe out all the prestigious families, but they would definitely make an example out of them. Temple held the absolute advantage. If they did not wipe out a few families, how could they intimidate the people? The various patriarchs were all praying that they would not be picked. They discussed softly on how to make Temple accept their loyalty and how to prevent their families from being wiped out. In a night, the three great generals at the front lines had an unbridgeable gap and wariness. All of the arrangements had been completed, and it was time to reap the harvest. Compared to them, Tang Tian was much calmer. Although Sadra and the rest wanted to reclaim their authority from Temple, but they were still filled with fear towards Temple and the great clan elder. Tang Tian did not. In his eyes, Temple was his enemy. Although they were strong, they were not invincible, and he had never looked up to Temple. Regardless of whether it was light or darkness, it made no difference to him. "Young miss, something doesn't seem right." Xiao Man spoke softly to Chie. Her expression was strange, but her tone was uncertain. She glanced at everyone. No one seems to have noticed anything. Could it be my misconception? She was not too confident. After reporting to the master, Xie Yuan walked out of the High Command Department. His expression was normal, but he had some suspicions in his heart. But there were even more who agreed. That's right, is Temple treating us as enemies? We have always been loyal to Temple, we have never been disloyal. He did not feel any joy in his heart, but instead felt an indescribable heaviness. He knew that he would be the final victor, he knew that Temple would be reborn, but at that moment he did not feel any joy from victory. Every cocoon of light that lost its luster meant the death of a life, and the chance to become a spirit general was lost. Although the war had not ended, but the Southern Alliance had already expanded to the entire southern region. The initially loose southern region, under the stimulation of the war, finally understood that only by uniting as one could they resist against the honorable Martial Continent's invasion, and they all joined the Southern Alliance. The price of this victory was so great that it made him speechless. He had even met up with Tang Tian 2 days ago, and listened to Tang Tian talk about the situation of the honorable Martial Continent. The news of the honorable Martial Continent's internal strife was told to him by Tang Tian. Bing felt that it was a good opportunity, and used the power of the Southern Alliance to spread the news. Even Go Cheng Wendao and the rest only knew about it through Bing's intentional spreading. Macefield Trading's quietened down. Sadra and the rest could no longer care about Tang Tian. They were trying their best to gather their strength. They knew that once they were imprisoned, what awaited them would be Temple's thunderous rage. For this scheme, Temple had paid a huge price, causing everyone to be speechless. After paying such a huge price to set up this trap, no one would doubt how terrifying the killer move prepared would be. He had long become the idol of the entire southern region. Tang Tian was surprised. Xiao Ran did not have any presence beside Qie, other than bullying Axen. She did not seem to have any other performance. Axen was even more surprised than Tang Tian. His face quickly revealed a naughty smile. If not for the young miss being there, he would have blown a whistle. With an indescribable fear, she tried her best to control her emotions and maintain a distance from the world. Even if it was Charles, she had never allowed herself to cross the line in her heart. Maybe her life was just a bubble, and she was trying to control herself to maintain it for a longer period of time. But no one would have thought that the first to discover it was not Qie or Axen, but Xiao Ran, who did not have any presence. Even the wild beasts in the forest would struggle on their deathbed. How could Temple, a colossal being, allow itself to be captured? Bing's poker face was faintly discernible. The floor beneath his feet was littered with cigarette butts. He stared at the military map on the wall, maintaining that position for a long time without moving. The pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through the entire world in front of the military map were filled with worry. That was what Bing had always been thinking about, until Charles's sudden death made her realize how laughable her restraint was. At the start, I did not notice it, but after that, I started to worry if there was any hidden danger. Xiao Ran gradually calmed down, and her words became more organized. After that, I carefully checked on my body, and realized that I seemed to have become stronger. Temple's victory was in sight, and everyone was a hero. All of the intelligent patriarchs knew that it was time to show their loyalty and to choose a side. From the moment she woke up, she felt that her life was filled with all sorts of illusions. It was as though the life that she was feeling was just a bubble that was being blown, reflecting the beautiful splendor, but there was nothing inside, and when the wind blew past, nothing would be left behind. Thinking about the scene that she had captured, the joy in her heart dissipated. She did not hate the great clan elder. When the darkness swallowed all the light, it was also the beginning of dawn. Qie encouraged her gently. Xiao Ran, don't be nervous, regardless of whether it was an illusion or not, tell us. When the last pillar of punishment rose from the Saint Continent, the sky of the Saint Continent turned completely gold. There were no sun or clouds in the sky, only the golden holy flames flowed wantonly, silently burning the sky. And he knew that the reason why the High Command headquarters transferred him back was not just to promote him, but because the war had entered a new stage. Just that. In the darkness, Sophie propped up her chin and stared into the distance, as though she was trying to see through the endless darkness. She did not know why it had become like that, just like how she did not know why Sacred Son Charles would suddenly leave for another world, and did not even have the time to bid farewell to her. Xiao Ran's previous slash did not produce any sound, and the sound of the wind was extremely restrained. Xiao Ran could do it normally, but it was definitely not as easy. They were hesitant and did not know what to do, and were even more worried about the future. If the aristocratic alliance won, it would be fine, but if Temple won, they would die without a burial ground. The tragic wails only stopped when the last piece of their flesh was incinerated. Bing also knew that the decisive battle between Tang Tian and Temple was nearing, and at such a crucial moment, the connection between him and Tang Tian was suddenly cut off, immediately causing Bing to sense danger. So, when everyone's eyes were attracted to her, she was even more unaccustomed, and became nervous. It might be my misconception. Both sides on the battlefield realized that the scales of the war had started to tilt towards the Southern Alliance, and the morale of both sides had a complete change. The Southern Alliance's morale was greatly boosted, their fear towards the honorable Marshall continent was swept away, and they were extremely optimistic towards victory. The Southern Alliance, who was in a good situation, their reputation was like the sun in the sky. The Southern Alliance's opponent was the honorable Marshall continent, the extremely powerful Temple, which made the Southern Alliance's victory even more convincing, and the Southern Alliance's strength was recognized by everyone. No one believed that Temple would do such a crazy thing. All of these spirit generals were picked out from 100, and all of them had gone through the cruelest selection process, and were extremely powerful. Maybe the spirit generals that were created did not belong to the world in the first place. Furthermore, he had the God Armor Army, Xie and Xian by his side. With his own strength and Xie and Xian's intellect, he was filled with confidence. The armies on the ground were panicking. There were people who flew into the sky, but were instantly incinerated by the holy flames. The sky was completely sealed. The holy flames at the estuary became even denser. A gold-grade warship attempted to rush out, but upon approaching, the ferocious gold holy flames struck the warship like the tongue of a demonic beast. The gold-grade warship that was famed for its defensive capabilities only lasted for 20 seconds before transforming into a gigantic fireball. It was not the first time. When Tang Tian was in the Sin domain, their connection was cut off. At that time, he was not as worried as he was today. He developed the Southern Alliance methodically, because he believed that Tang Tian would definitely be able to find the path to the sacred Saint Galaxy. Almost all of the patriarchs were secretly rejoicing in their hearts, although they had some ambiguous actions, but they did not publicly break off relations with Temple. Since they did not publicly break off relations, Temple could not take action against them. And with so many families, Temple could not possibly massacre all of them, right? The great clan elder gazed into the distance. The last pillar of punishment soared into the sky as he remained silent. At the start, she would feel discouraged, but after a long time, she got used to it. She was used to waiting for Xian to find the problem, and with the young Mrs. Order, she would use a ferocious charge to end the battle. Bing had immediately sent out a large number of scouts to try and find out what was happening in the Saint Continent. But he knew that distant water could not quench the current thirst. He needed time. The sudden change was something that the Southern Alliance was unable to react in time. Go Cheng Wendao's worries were the exact opposite. Everyone's eyes lit up. They immediately understood what Xiao Ran meant by becoming stronger. But this time, no one seems to have noticed it. Could it be my misconception? Becoming stronger? Inside the meeting hall, smoke lingered around. Everyone was startled. Even Xian, who had a mischievous look on his face, was startled. She had always felt that she had done well. What is Temple trying to do? A fat patriarch wiped his sweat and could not help but ask. We have always listened to Temple, and have never gone against their orders. But it was different this time. From Go Cheng Wendao, who occupied the Shang continent, being heavily injured, to delaying Mo Xian and Qiu Su Hua, they had dug a huge pit for the honorable martial continent. It is too cruel. Temple's foundation was extremely deep and profound, causing people to be fearful and fearful. Bing and Temple had fought for so long, and his understanding of Temple's danger was much deeper than anyone else. Regardless of whether it was Temple's armies or great generals, they were all outstanding, reflecting that Temple's grooming of talents and the construction of armies far surpassed the other powerhouses. Any honorable martial continent's armies encountered attacks and resistance that far exceeded the initial phase of the war, causing them to feel as though they were in a quagmire. The war had become even more difficult, and if one were to say that it was not enough to crush their morale, then the rumors of the internal strife in the honorable martial continent had caused them to be disheartened. The ones who were the most affected were Qiu Su Hua and Mo Xian. The actions of the Qiu and Mo families made the two of them extremely awkward. Bing could only try his best to speculate on the possible killing techniques that Temple had, as well as how he could help Tang Tian and the rest. The battles in the Saint Continent could only rely on Tang Tian and Xie themselves, and Bing was unable to help. But on the battlefield, can I give Tang Tian some support? When many people saw the order, they immediately congratulated Xie Yu, and from the bottom of their hearts, to them, the outstanding Xie Yu An's promotion was a sure thing. Master Xie Yu An's promotion was something that everyone expected, and in the eyes of the majority of the citizens, no one in the entire Southern Alliance had contributed more than Master Xie Yu In. Spirit generals do not like sunlight. I have to do something, Bing secretly decided in his heart. The sudden change made him feel extremely dangerous, and he had not felt such a feeling for a long time. The intense fear made Sadra and the rest do their best to gather their armies. Only by doing so could they feel a sense of security. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a light aura. I think we found out what Temple's killing technique is. When the great clan elder wanted to turn the honorable martial banner of knights that she had personally trained into spirit generals, she was only left with sorrow. Since a long time ago she had been worried that the great clan elder would create new spirit generals. The lives of spirit generals were gray, and they had no future. She never expected that her greatest worry would come true. It was the first time she went against the great clan elder's orders, but just like her fate and fear, it was all futile. All of the clan elders of Temple, the entire banner of knights, had become the gambling chips. How much blood and sweat did Temple spend on them to nurture them to their current state? After this battle, there will be nothing left. He did not know how many of the 5 great generals would be left. He also understood that even the prestigious families, how many years had they spent to grow to their current state? How many talents they had, how much resources they had. The ashes were the most fertile soil, and Temple would obtain a new life. The holy flames around the great clan elder surged violently. Xie Yuan was also happy. He was a pure military general, and firmly believed that his home would be the battlefield, and even more so, participating in the battle was more important than anything else. But what truly allowed the Southern Alliance to take the initiative in the battlefield was the internal struggle for power in the honorable Martial Continent. Xie Yuan never expected that the honorable Martial Continent would actually erupt in internal strife at such a crucial moment. The honorable Martial Continent's internal strife was extremely sudden and intense. All sorts of rumors flew everywhere, causing people to be unable to catch up. The people around him could not help but look at him in disdain. He is a fence-sitter, he has always been waiting for the right price, and wanted to obtain benefits from both sides. Temple's final glory actually needs a group of spirit generals to protect it. Alright, maybe it is everyone's fate. The honorable Martial Continent's internal strife is the node of the war, the node where the Southern Alliance turned from defense to offense. That must be it. Sophie felt cold, and sorrow surfaced in her heart. She had long known that it would be like this, but so what? Even if I survive, no, how can that be counted as surviving? Sophie did not know why, but the sorrow in her heart became even denser. She could sacrifice everything for Temple. She did not lack the will to die for Temple, but she did not want to do it in such a manner. Xiao Ran was startled, but she immediately reacted, and immediately turned and walked towards the Spirit General Army. Chia's Spirit General Army in the ancient battlefield had experienced countless battles, and after a long journey, only a few hundred of them were left in the sacred Saint Galaxy. When he reported to Master Bing, he realized that Master Bing's expression had a trace of worry. Although Master Bing had concealed it well, but Xie Yuan still noticed it. Xie Yuan's heart was filled with suspicions. The situation is obviously good. Why is Master still worried? On normal days, other than protecting the young miss, her mission was to lead the assault. She was more confident in her own martial strength, but in other aspects, she knew her own standard. Needless to say about the young miss, in her heart, the young miss was an invincible god of war. Even Ah Exen, who was usually mischievous, had an acute sense of smell on the battlefield, and his quick reaction speed, far surpassing her. After Xiao Ran explained the reason, Ah Exen immediately inspected himself. Although he was strong, but that strength was reflected in the aspect of commanding an army to fight. His control over his own body could not compare to Xiao Ran, who was proficient in individual martial strength. Luckily for the young Mrs. Encouragement, she mustered some courage. I feel that my own strength has become stronger. Another light cocoon was gradually dimming. The figure inside the light cocoon was struggling with all his might, but Sophie knew that it was futile. She had already watched as more than half of the light cocoons completely lost their light auras, and no longer had any signs of life. She was unable to hate the great clan elder. He was her creator, and like a father he gave her care and love. With that said, the Zanbato in Xiao Ran's hand slashed vertically, and a figure flashed in the air. Xie Yuan was not too agitated. After the bloody battle, he had become much steadier. The blood of his comrades had soaked his metal, and it felt heavy. Yes, I don't know why, but I feel that the holy flames in the sky are very familiar. It feels very comfortable, like the feeling of basking in the sun in the past. Xiao Ran tried her best to describe the feeling, but in truth, she did not know what it felt like to bask in the sun. She had been a spirit general for a long time. Seeing Xian's expression, Xiao Ran became even more flustered. Xie Yuan could see clearly that there were no more enemies behind them, and the focus of the battle would shift to the Shang continent. This was the true reason why the highest command had called him back, since there were no more battles to be fought, and it was a waste for a military general of Xie Yuan's level to be left idle. The holy golden holy flames burned every inch of the deck. All of the expensive and outstanding materials that were resistant to fire were as weak as paper in front of the holy flames. All of the crew members, regardless of whether they were hiding in the ship or trying to escape, were enveloped by the golden flames. Compared to the high morale of the Southern Alliance, the morale of the honorable Martial Continent's armies was extremely low. Chia's eyes flashed with a light aura. She suddenly said, "Xiao Ran, go check on everyone." His connection with Tang Tian had been severed. The more ferocious the beast, the more intense and ferocious its struggle would be. The aristocratic alliance had directly threatened Temple's rule, and Bing believed that since he could see it clearly, the higher-ups of Temple would definitely be able to see it clearly. Temple's counterattack would definitely be extremely ferocious. Everything would be burnt to ashes. Chapter 9:18. Everyone else found it hard to believe. They had never heard of it before. Xian did not expect Tang Tian to talk about the spirit chamber, but thinking about the relationship between Bing and Tang Tian, he understood and explained to the two of them. The spirit chamber is a building unique to the Southern Cross Army. It can create spirit generals in case of a lack of manpower. But there are many restrictions, and the spirit generals created are usually not strong and can only be used for emergencies. Tang Tian's tone became solemn. The person who thought of this method is a true genius. Ordinary holy flames are a type of radiant energy, an extremely unique type of radiant energy. I suspect that the holy flame is the true result of Temple's research. The holy flame is able to stimulate the growth of the flesh, but strangely, the clan elders' bodies are not strong, because the power of the physique is used to nourish the soul. But the soul that is nourished by this method has not gone through any tempering. Xiao Ran felt that it was inconceivable. How can spirit generals be produced on a large scale? What's that? Ji Zhe suddenly pointed into the distance, her voice filled with fear. She knew that Tang Tian's intuition was extremely sharp, no one could compare to him, and he definitely had discovered something. Following Ji Zhe's finger, everyone saw a fist-sized golden holy flame slowly floating across the rooftops and rising into the sky. The entire place was silent. Everyone was shocked by what Tang Tian had described. All of them felt a chill down their spines, and their hair stood. Every golden holy flame was a life. Chia thought. It is as though they are being fattened and not becoming stronger? Could there be some other secret? Xian's face frowned. It is not easy to increase the strength of a spirit general. His brain was working very fast. He counted on his fingers and continued, "There's a problem here. The prestigious alliance is very strong, and Temple has the absolute advantage in terms of military strength. Could it be that the great clan elder wants to use spirit generals to make up for his lack of military strength? If that's the case, the great clan elder will need to create more spirit generals. Fragments of battle spirits are also fine," Xian added, "but the spirit generals that come out will be severely damaged and will be very weak." The spirit generals under Xiao Ran all had different degrees of growth. The reason why Xian did not sense it was because he was not as strong as Xiao Man, but with Xiao Man's reminder, he quickly thought deeper. Melissa burst out crying. Other than Temple, many ordinary people have trained in the holy flames. Temple said that as long as you cultivate the holy flame, you will have the opportunity to be nurtured by Temple, and may work for Temple, and be nurtured by Temple, and be able to... It should be a lot. If there are too few of them, even if Sophie is as strong as him, he will not be able to suppress the armies that Sadra and the rest have. Chia concluded calmly, "The great clan elder has grasped the method to mass-produce spirit generals. That is a reasonable deduction. The commander of the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights, Sophie, is a spirit general. Wasn't there a rumor that Sophie was a spirit general created by the great clan elder? From the looks of it, it might be true. The great clan elder might have already grasped the method to create spirit generals. Exen spoke frankly with assurance, his expression focused. If the great clan elder is able to mass-produce spirit generals, then the arrangement in front of us can be explained. These fiery pillars are not only able to seal the Saint Continent, but can also transform the Saint Continent into a battlefield suitable for spirit generals. As long as they fight in the Saint Continent, they will be able to establish an advantage, as it is their absolute home ground. The coldness in his words caused one's hair to stand. Tang Tian suddenly pointed to the pillar of punishment formed by the golden holy flames. That's it. One after another, golden flames floated across the roof. More and more golden flames floated up from more and more places, like a gigantic group of golden jellyfish swimming towards the surface of the sea. If I am not wrong, the concentration of energy in the sacred Saint Galaxy is extremely unfavorable for the production of spirit generals. Chia's beautiful eyes flickered with a light aura. Forget about fighting spirits, there aren't even any fighting spirit fragments. If the great clan elder wants to create spirit generals, he will require sufficient materials, and requires sufficient fighting spirit fragments. For some reason, everyone's mind involuntarily flashed with Tang Tian's conjecture. A bone-chilling cold intent flowed through their bodies like an electric current, causing their necks to freeze and their bodies to freeze, as though they were statues. Chia and Xiao Ran were at a loss. They had never seen a spirit hall before. Every corner of their vision was filled with gold, and they floated slowly. Spirits that had been nourished for decades were only used as fertilizer for other spirit generals. I understand now. Chia nodded her head. That also means spirit generals cannot be created out of thin air and require fighting spirit fragments or spirit cards as materials and require spirits. Chia immediately caught onto the crux of the matter. That also means the spirit hall also requires spirit cards or similar materials to create spirit generals? Ordinary spirit generals, even if there are many of them and their strength has increased, but does the great clan elder have the confidence to guarantee victory against Saudra's army? Chia did not understand. Saudra's army is very strong. Chia's words were agreed upon by everyone. They had seen the armies of Saudra and the rest, and they were all extremely powerful. There were a few armies that were on the same level as the Qiu offense army, and that was why everyone was more optimistic about the aristocratic alliance and not Temple. Melissa stammered with a sobbing tone. Many people have trained in holy flames. Everyone's faces were as white as paper. Other than fear in their eyes, there was only fear. Everyone's eyes turned to look at Melissa at the same time. Melissa, who had maintained her silence from the start, had a pale face, her entire body was trembling, and the sound of her teeth chattering could be heard by everyone. Chia did not refute and continued. Just now, you guys said that the strength of spirit generals that are groomed like this are more ordinary, and to groom powerful spirit generals is more difficult? Everyone was stunned if Tang Tian's guess was true. No one dared to imagine it. Everyone did not understand, but for some reason, a bad premonition surfaced in their hearts at the same time. It's a large-scale manufacturing, that is a must. Exen said with a look of it as a matter of fact. The spirit hall actually transforms spirits into spirit generals. How can there be so many powerful spirits in the world? Of course, they are mostly ordinary goods. How many people were there in the Saint Continent? No one present knew the exact number, but everyone knew that the Saint Continent was the most flourishing continent in the entire honorable martial continent, and also the continent with the most population. If there were people familiar with this information, they would definitely tell them that the population of the Saint Continent was a tenth of the entire honorable martial continent. No one had seen anything crueler than that. Many people? That's what I mean. Tang Tian nodded his head and said, we all know that the divine spirit needs to be tempered to become stronger. Without going through any tempering, the spirits cannot become stronger. I found it strange the last time. The honorable martial banner of knights were very powerful, but after exchanging blows, I realized that they were much weaker than I thought. But now, I understand that their spirits are used as fertilizers. The holy flames that ignite the spirits can nourish the flesh and strengthen the spirit. When the holy flames ignites the spirits, The spirits that have been nourished for so many years will fuse into the holy flames. No wonder their auras are different. If I am not wrong, the holy flames of the fiery pillars are not only used to seal the Saint Continent, they also have another use, and that is to strengthen the spirit generals that have just been born. The boundless holy flames occupied every inch of space in the sky. There were so many of them that no one could count them, and no one knew how many lives would be used to nourish them. In that moment, millions of lives disappeared without a sound, transformed into a regiment of silent burning golden flames, and became fertilizers. Tang Tian thought for a moment. The last time I fought with the Honorable Martial Banner of Knights, when he escaped, his holy flames also changed from white to gold, which is very similar to the holy flames in front of us. I thought about it for a period of time, but I did not understand it until I saw Seuss's spirit start to ignite. Did I understand? Spirit generals. Temple's killing technique was actually spirit generals. It was out of Tang Tian's expectations. Xianxia's heart trembled. He exclaimed, "You're saying? Different?" Chia's eyes lit up. "What's different?" "This holy flame is strange." Tang Tian explained, "I have fought with their Honorable Martial Banner of Knights in the past, and have seen their holy flames. But the holy flame I saw previously is different from this one." Xian muttered, "It is not easy, but it is not impossible. Temple's research on spirits has a long history. Maybe they have long found a way to nurture battle spirit fragments. You need a very powerful spirit card to produce a powerful spirit general." Tang Tian thought about Ghost Claw and felt sad, because only a spirit with a deep obsession can produce a powerful spirit general. I once used many spirit cards, but the spirit generals that came out were all ordinary and could only move things around. "You need spirit cards," Tang Tian said. "If the grade of the spirit cards is higher, then you can produce a more powerful spirit general." Even further in the sky, the densely packed golden holy flames could not be seen, as though it was a golden ocean. Everyone's entire body turned cold. They were all veterans of battles, and had seen countless of corpses, blood and flesh flying everywhere. They initially thought that there was no one in the world that could cause them to be afraid of such a cruel scene. But the scene in front of them caused their hearts to tremble involuntarily. They wouldn't dare to be so reckless, right? Even Xian, who was usually bold, was stuttering. "Create spirit generals?" Tang Tian's eyes lit up and immediately said, "Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall can create spirit generals." They watched in a daze. It was an unforgettable scene for them. Melissa had completely lost control of her emotions. Tears flowed down her face. She could not speak anymore, and squatted down on the ground, crying bitterly. Chia was also at a loss and muttered, "So scary." No one dared to continue thinking about it. The divine and majestic gold color was extremely sinister and sinister. It did not have any warmth, and only contained endless death. That's right. Xian was extremely certain. No one was clearer than him about Spirit Hall. From a certain perspective, spirits are a type of life. No one can create life out of thin air. Everyone was startled. They did not understand. Chapter 9:19. The soldiers' eyes were filled with heartache, and even their wiping motions became softer. In their hearts, their swords were their closest companions, accompanying them day and night. "What's wrong with Master?" Everyone was confused. If it was said that encountering the Southern Cross Army caught Mu Jixia off guard and messed up his plans, causing him to be in a passive state. But even in such a predicament, he did not lose his rationality and judgment. They were treasures, and their greatest characteristic was their sturdiness. They could endure hundreds of millions of high-intensity attacks without being damaged. In the history of the army, there had never been a soldier whose swords were damaged due to training too diligently. Mu Jixia threw the problem of the Wei Yiguan continent to the back of his mind. He had to consider his own situation. Pay attention to protecting the flanks. We suffered the last time because we did not protect the flanks properly. Whatever the reason is, it's not that we did not pay enough attention to the flanks, but that we were disconnected. I have just reviewed the situation. We were disconnected for about 6 seconds. If it was in the past, it would not be considered a flaw, but our enemies are experts. 6 seconds of weakness is enough for them to launch an attack. They are proficient in charging, and that is what we must avoid. Remember, once the battle starts, do not give them the chance to charge, and focus on tangling. Do your best to slow down the pace of the battle. They are more proficient in fast-paced battles. Isn't that temple's most precious material? Isn't it the most advanced technology? How did we get injured? Everyone gasped for breath. They leaned on the rocks to rest, and quietly recovered their strength. The intensity of the battle and the strength of the enemy had transformed into a heavy pressure that caused them to be unable to breathe, but the determination on their faces did not diminish. Southern Cross Army, a name that they are unfamiliar with. Master said that this army belongs to the Southern Alliance. The soldiers had never heard of the Southern Cross Army, but they knew about the Southern Alliance. Although they had been stationed in the Wei Yiguan continent for a long time and did not join the Southern Expedition, but they were familiar with the Southern Alliance. The man who was as tough as steel fell to the ground with blood dripping from his eyes. He gathered the soldiers under his command and held a short pre-war meeting. According to the frequency of attacks for the past few days, the enemy would not give him the chance to breathe, and the next wave of attacks would arrive soon. That was something that Mu Zhixia felt was inconceivable. His army's training was extremely harsh, and their tenacity was extremely rare, something that he was proud of. But on this point, the enemy was still stronger than them. Mu Zhixia suddenly realized that he didn't know what to do. He woke up with a start. His back was covered in a layer of sweat. He knew that this was because he was completely suppressed by his opponent, causing his mentality to be unbalanced. The Lord's strange behavior attracted everyone's attention. They followed his gaze, but did not discover anything. The barbarian army was large in number and aggressive, but Mu Zhixia was actually not too worried. He was usually very strict with his training, and before he set off, he had warned the defending generals to be even more careful. The layout of the Wei Yiguan continent was personally created by Mu Zhixia, and he knew how sturdy it was. They could not be wasted in the savage continent. The strength of the Southern Cross Army far exceeded his expectations. He had never thought that his own army would suffer such a huge loss. What was disadvantageous to him was that they were in the savage continent, and every tribe here was naturally hostile towards them, while the Southern Cross Army was in a completely opposite situation. Mu Zhixia did not speak quickly. He was calm and emotionless, as if he was narrating something that had nothing to do with him. All the setbacks and difficulties before him were just tempering, nothing more. His white hair was turning snow white at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had never thought that there would actually be someone in the world who could completely suppress him, causing his heart to lose control. It was a sign of danger. It meant that his confidence was slowly slipping away. He was on guard. Mu Zhixia's expression was cold and stern, like a rock that had been eroded by the wind. The surface was mottled, but the inside was as tough as steel. It was the expression that the soldiers were most familiar with. It did not have much warmth, and would always remind people of the Wei Yiguan continent's perpetual snowstorm and the strict military discipline. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It was the first time they saw panic in the master's eyes. They saw fear, they saw the loss of what to do, and they saw the emptiness after despair. What should I do? He laughed bitterly in his heart. Mu Zhixia used all sorts of methods to try and escape from the Southern Cross Army's pursuit. But the opponent's general was extremely experienced. His disguise and bait did not succeed even once. The opponent was always able to see through his intentions, and every time that happened, he would feel as if he was stripped naked and had nowhere to hide under the sun. His eyes regained clarity. He was originally a person with a strong will, and the setback did not cause him to lose his courage. Mu Zhixia, who was as stiff as a wooden statue, slowly turned his head and looked into the distance. Suddenly, without any warning, Mu Zhixia seemed to have been struck by lightning. His voice abruptly stopped. He was dumbstruck. He had a misconception that the opponent was like an old fox that had gone through tens of thousands of battles and relied on his rich experience. Mu Zhixia was extremely depressed about his misconception. Regardless of whether it was the sacred Saint Galaxy or Heaven's Road, They had not fought for a long time, so how could such an old monster appear? Alright, that is already news from a long time ago, and no one knows what the current situation is like. Their connection with Temple had long been severed, and they were isolated and helpless in the savage continent. Just like before, they had never thought that there would truly be an army as strong as them, that there would truly be a military general that possessed willpower and strength that was not inferior to their master. Crimson tears of blood flowed down from his lifeless eyes. It had to be admitted that they were overly optimistic before they left, and the biggest variable was the Southern Cross Army. No one had ever thought that in the desolate savage continent, they would actually meet an army from the Southern Alliance. Furthermore, it was a mechanical army, and one that was so powerful. The only thing that made Wuxia feel gratified was that under the immense pressure, their growth was equally astonishing. Following the continuous tempering, their growth was extremely fast, although they were still at a disadvantage, but their confidence in returning to Temple had increased. All of them were elites that were picked out from 10,000, and the strict Wuxia had never slacked off on their training, allowing them to build up a solid foundation. With Jiaya's defense, the Wei Yiguan continent was unbreakable. In the black market outside, Wuxia's army's standard long sword was priceless, and was a treasure that countless people yearned for. They knew that their master would definitely bring them back to Temple. Saint Continent. At the start, every time they ended a battle, they would wail in disbelief. But as the number of battles increased, their understanding of the enemy grew, and they were no longer surprised. Their battle plans had long failed. Not only did they not find the goddess of war, they were entangled by the Southern Cross Army. They did not even dare to return from the original path. As long as the star door to the Wei Yiguan continent was exposed, the Wei Yiguan continent would immediately become extremely dangerous. Furthermore, the Southern Cross Army was right behind them, and the Southern Cross Army would not even give them the chance to reorganize and defend. They had never thought that there would be a day when their closest and most trusted comrade would be injured. But it gave them a sense of security. That was what made them the most suspicious. The Southern Alliance has such a powerful army, how can they be forced to retreat on the battlefield? Although he was completely suppressed, but he bitterly held on, and at the same time, caused the enemy to suffer injuries and deaths. If they lost their confidence, then the situation that they were bitterly holding on would instantly crumble. But at that moment, the swords in their hands were filled with scars, and tiny nicks could be seen everywhere. He had to bring his army back. It was not only because he viewed every single soldier of the army as his own nephew, nor was it because he had built up the army with his own hands, it was because Temple needed them, needed Wuxia's army. They were like a piece of unpolished jade, and the intense battles and powerful enemies were the best whetstones for them. They started to release their radiance. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they were no longer afraid. The generals and soldiers listened attentively. They would hold such a meeting before every battle. They were able to know how they lost the previous time, where they did not do well, etc., and that was the secret to their rapid growth. But, is the Southern Alliance truly that powerful? Wuxia tragically realized that regardless of whether it was tactics or fighting capabilities, the enemy was stronger than him. Jiaya should have already taken over the Wei Yiguan continent. Wuxia estimated the time in his mind, and came to that conclusion. He still had a deep impression of the dazzling cross-light aura, and the greatest casualty was at that time. At the start, they were battered and exhausted, and suffered a shocking number of casualties. But as time passed, they were still battered and exhausted, but they were able to organize and counterattack occasionally, and their casualties were much smaller than before. If the Southern Cross Army was not part of the Southern Alliance, Wuxia would feel that the battle was not a bad thing. As long as they persevered for a period of time, Temple would definitely send reinforcements, and Wuxia knew that it would be Jiaya even if he closed his eyes. Who else is more proficient in defense than Jiaya? What place is more suitable than the Wei Yiguan continent for Jiaya's battlefield? When their physical strength gradually recovered, they started to clean their swords. Due to Wuxia's influence, the soldiers of the army loved the army's standard swords the most. Even their designs were the same. But they were the direct subordinates of the #1 great general, and although their designs were standard swords, but due to the large amount of rare and precious materials and Temple's most advanced smelting and forging techniques, the cost was extremely high. They raised their heads and listened to their master's every word. They knew that they would definitely defeat the Southern Cross Army in the end, just like how the Honorable Marshall Continent would defeat the Southern Alliance in the end. His deep eyes were ashen, as though all of his life force had been sucked away. He no longer had the sharp aura, and looked like a withered old man. Chapter 920. Wuxia suddenly thought about the first day he entered temple. He was only 12 years old, and the great clan elder at that time was not the current great clan elder. It was a sunny day, and the clan elder had a warm smile on his face. After Sophie was created, her performance was extremely outstanding. Her learning ability was strong, and she grew very quickly. Right at that time, another important result appeared. Temple realized that holy flames could be absorbed by spirit generals in a unique way. This method can raise the strength of spirit generals in a short period of time. Temple did not do it for Sophie. As though he could hear the fear in their hearts, Wuxia's cold and emotionless heart crushed the last bit of hope in their hearts. Yes, it is exactly what you think. Holy flames? Old Tang and the old commander looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. He is the great clan elder. Wuxia could feel the holy flames flowing in his body and said indifferently, thus, Temple started to promote the holy flames. You should remember that at that time, Temple started to formulate a series of plans. This plan started with the intention of creating spirit generals. The plan did not go smoothly, but after overcoming many difficulties, they succeeded. They created the first powerful spirit general, the commander of the Banner of Knights, Sophie. Wuxia's eyes were filled with blood, but he could still sense the commotion of the soldiers around him. He sighed, I am afraid that the Saint Continent is now a living hell. We surrender, and I will tell you everything that I know. Please do not harm my soldiers, I beg of you. Everyone listened attentively. The commotion gradually quietened down, and everyone turned to look at Wuxia. At that moment, no one felt agitated, their entire bodies were cold, bone-chilling cold. There was only one person who could give them an answer, and that was the master in front of them. Sorrow enveloped the entire camp. Seeing their respected opponent fall, the two of them did not feel any joy of victory. Temple has always had a plan. Wuxia's voice was faintly discernible, like the wind, he sighed. This plan originated from Temple's research on spirit generals. His gaze was complicated. That's right, spirit generals have a long lifespan. But it is a long time, suffering year after year, with no end in sight. How many people can understand the sorrow? Watching one's family and friends grow old and die in front of one's eyes, that boundless loneliness was more painful than any energy corrosion. When time is so long that even the people you love deeply are forgotten, even the most beautiful memories are annihilated, and even your beliefs and ideals are decayed and disappeared, you are still floating alone in this world. How sad is that? The rumbling of the mechanical puppets came closer and closer. Based on their experience over the past few days, they should hide, they should form a defensive line, and they should protect their flanks against the enemy's attack. They were already able to calmly face the surging bronze flood. But no one moved. It was as if they hadn't heard. A look of shock appeared on Old Tang's face. Not only did Wuxia's vitality not decline, but it was also abnormally vigorous, like a raging flame in the night. What caused Wuxia's body to rapidly deteriorate was precisely this incomparably exuberant life force. It was constantly burning and eroding Wuxia's flesh. Many soldiers clutched their heads in disbelief. Temple was their faith, and was incomparably sacred in their hearts. If these words were not spoken by Wuxia, whom they usually trusted the most, they would have torn him to pieces. Thank you. Wuxia's voice was as soft as a mosquito, but his expression remained calm. Please do not waste your time on me. Impossible. How can Temple do this? Suddenly, the soldiers thought about Temple's judgment. Does Temple think that Master is not loyal enough? Or do they think that Master is not doing well and is being punished? The soldiers became agitated. They had followed the Master alone and fought with their lives on the line. How can Temple judge Master so unfairly? They carefully walked past the grieving soldiers and saw Xianxia lying on the ground with bloodstains in his eyes, his body sparkling and translucent like white jade. They were all shocked. They finally understood why the soldiers did not resist at all. Xianxia was the soul of the army, and if anything were to happen to him, the army would no longer be the #1 army under the heavens. The plan was flawless. Xianxia spoke as though he was dreaming. In a short period of time, Sophie's strength increased by over 10 times and became the strongest martial artist in Temple. But there was a problem. Sophie's strength increased to a certain level and reached a bottleneck, and absorbing the holy flames did not have any effect. After Temple's research, they realized that Sophie's strength had already reached a critical point, and to break through, the amount of holy flames he absorbed was an astronomical figure. The Master's blood-stained face revealed a strange holy aura. The skin on his face seemed to be transparent, and they could even see the white holy flames flowing beneath his skin. That's holy flames, Xianxia said softly. Eternal life. Everyone was shocked by Xianxia's words. Even the soldiers who were originally excited seemed to have been immobilized. They did not understand why the Master would suddenly mention the unrelated Saint Continent. Furthermore, the Saint Continent was where Temple was, and had many armies. The Honorable Martial Continent had the tightest defense. How could it be a living hell? But Xianxia continued to defend against their attacks tenaciously, and continued to grow, causing the old commander and the rest to feel the immense pressure. Steel-like willpower, strict discipline, tenacious fighting spirit, adept fighting techniques, unparalleled synchronization rate, they truly lived up to their name as the #1 army under the heavens. It was not the victory they wanted. When the old commander and old Tang arrived, they looked at each other. Xianxia sighed. After persevering for a long time, adding the information that Heaven's Road Temple had continuously sent over, Temple's research on spirits finally had a huge breakthrough. One of the most important results was that they found a way to overcome the energy corrosion. That means that spirit generals have a long lifespan and are practically immortal. The two of them had solemn expressions without any smiles. The two of them had praised Xianxia's tenacity countless of times, and praised the tenacity of the soldiers who were in dire straits countless of times. At the start, they were still able to easily defeat Xianxia's army, but very quickly, Xianxia's army became more and more difficult to deal with, and brought more and more casualties. Xianxia was a respectable opponent, and the soldiers were respectable soldiers. It was dead silence. The piercing pain in his eyes pulled him back from his memories, the cruel darkness, the surging holy flames in his body, and even the familiar holy aura was bone-piercing. No matter how knowledgeable old Tang was, he had never seen such a strange thing before. How can it be holy flames? Xia's body looked extremely strange. His hair was as white as silver, and his hands that were originally covered in calluses had patches of white light. A faint white light shone out from his body, revealing his flesh and skin. His entire body seemed to be circulating with white light, as though he was enveloped in a layer of light. The soldiers around him suddenly went into an uproar. They raised their heads, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The holy flame was something they were most familiar with, and they had to train in it every day. How could such a terrifying scene be caused by the holy flame? In their hearts, the holy flame was something that gave them strength and courage. It could heal their wounds, it could make them stronger, and it was a symbol of their devotion. Everyone held their breaths. They had a premonition that what Xianxia was about to say would definitely be an earth-shattering secret. Temple's research on spirits was famous. Much less them, even a 10-year-old child knew that Temple's research on spirits was the highest standard in the sacred Saint Galaxy. Old Tang and the old commander did not understand either. They knew about the holy flame, they knew about the Saint Continent, but they could not link the two together. Relax, we are not people who kill indiscriminately, the old commander said. They did not meet with any resistance, and no one even looked at them. The old commander and old Tang's faces became gloomy. They were unable to believe that the soldiers in front of them who looked like beggars were actually the elites of the First Army, and were actually able to fight with them to the end, causing them to suffer heavy casualties. The surroundings quietened down. That sentence struck them like a bolt of lightning, causing a terrifying guess to surface in their minds. It can't be. It can't be. How could Temple do that? Old Tang squatted down and checked on Wuxia with a serious expression. The soldiers automatically surrounded Wuxia. Some of them were sobbing, some of them were wiping their tears mixed with the mud, covering their faces. Their eyes were blank, as though their souls had been extracted. They were in a daze, as though they were walking corpses. Hearing that, the old commander roughly understood. Transforming a person into a spirit general is a form of eternal life. Although Sophie succeeded, she did not have any memories. How to transform into a spirit general while maintaining her memories became the newest problem. This problem did not stump Temple and was quickly completed. But it was something that went against the laws of nature and had an extremely high risk. The success rate of transforming into a spirit general was extremely low. The first person to attempt it was an ambitious man. He was determined to dedicate his long life to Temple. He firmly believed that as long as he had enough time, he would be able to rebuild a brand new temple, a clean and flawless temple. For this dream, he was willing to take the risk, even if he had to give up his life. Regardless of whether it was his or someone else's. Has Temple gone crazy? There was a sudden uproar in the silence. This is too inhumane. What's going on? The soldiers were overwhelmed with shock, so the rumors regarding Commander Sophie were actually true. Both parties had fought for so long, and could be said to appreciate each other. The reason why Wuxia was completely suppressed by the Southern Cross Army was not because he was not strong enough, but because he was alone and had to face the Southern Cross Army, and was surrounded by dangers. Not only did they have to face the Southern Cross Army, they also had to defend against the savage tribes. On the other hand, it was because of his experience. Wuxia had commanded the army for over 10 years, and had never been through the baptism of war, compared to the old commander, who had been fighting for his entire life, and was an old monster that had been baptized in wars. How could he compare? He chuckled in his heart, bringing along the bitterness and loneliness of the years. The position of the Honorable Marshal Banner of Knights was extraordinary, and Commander Sophie, who was in charge of the Honorable Marshal Banner of Knights, held an extremely high position in everyone's hearts. The premonition in their hearts became even stronger, a secret that involved so many important figures. How could it be an ordinary secret? Chapter 9:21. All of the frenzied soldiers of Wuxia's army stopped. As though they were immobilized, they stared blankly at the empty holy flames. The seeds they planted in my body have activated. I can feel that the Saint Continent is no longer here, our family. Wuxia laughed bitterly. He felt that he was truly foolish. For the sake of serving Temple, he had even sacrificed his own family. The holy flames completely swallowed Wuxia, causing the holy flames to become silent. Old Tang and the old commander revealed looks of pity, the cruel reality, the tragic scene. Even they, who had hearts of stone, could not accept it. Especially when they heard the soldiers shouting out the names of their children and family, and the heart-wrenching wails. They could not help but turn their heads. His heart was filled with regret. He regretted joining Temple, regretted fighting for Temple, regretted implicating his family. Many of their faces were filled with shock and shock. They all knew that the great clan elder was enveloped in holy flames, but none of them thought that there were so many secrets. He is a terrifying opponent. The great clan elder is cold-blooded. He treats human lives like grass, crazy and unreasonable, but he is him. You can despise him, but you can never look down on him. You can dislike him, but you can never look down on him. Wuxia remained silent. He opened his mouth. His heart felt like it was being stabbed, but nothing came out. Master. All of the soldiers of Wuxia's army knelt down with pleading looks on their faces. They could accept dying on the battlefield and throwing their corpses into the wilderness. That was their duty, and they did not cower in the slightest. But their families had become Temple's fertilizer, and their hearts were shrouded in endless sorrow and despair. He retracted his disapproval, retracted his ridicule towards the great clan elder's desire for eternal life, because he asked himself, what if it was me? They could empathize with him. They were all soldiers who fought on the battlefield and felt it deeply. The heart-wrenching wails came out. The soldiers who climbed up the mechanical puppets, their bodies covered in smoke and tattered clothes, the madness on their bodies instantly disappeared. They wailed and cried. They allowed their bodies to fall down from the mechanical puppets and into the ground. Have you all forgotten Mu Xia's dying wish? Have you all forgotten the blood feud that you bear? Have you all forgotten who the main culprit is? The holy flames were ferocious, and in the blink of an eye, Mu Xia was completely incinerated, leaving nothing behind. He was the one who had harmed everyone. It was as if he had seen his own family members turn into a regiment of pale white holy flames, and then being swallowed by a figure. Revenge! 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 Hot blood flowed down his cheeks slowly. The soldiers raised their heads blankly. Forget about being able to lead the Southern Cross Army forever. As long as they could win the war, he would not hesitate. It was not only him, many people in the army could do it. Unfortunately, he couldn't take revenge. Mu Xia's voice trembled with endless sorrow. He didn't know why he still had the strength to say these words. All of the soldiers were stunned. They frantically pounced towards the holy flame, wanting to drag Mu Xia out. The air seemed to freeze and time seemed to stop. The soldiers did not even dare to breathe as they looked at Mu Xia with pale faces. The regiment commander looked around with a murderous aura. Revenge! 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 It's hopeless, Mu Xia said calmly. He wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Bang! An unprecedented rage surged in the hearts of the Southern Cross Army soldiers. Even if they were enemies in the past, but at that moment, they only felt a common hatred for the enemy and wanted nothing more than to turn the great clan elder into meat paste. The regiment commander knew that Mu Xia was talking about the great clan elder. He had heard of the news by chance, but did not place it in his heart, because he felt that as long as the great clan elder still had a trace of rationality, he would definitely not carry out the plan. The Saint Continent was the foundation of Temple, and the citizens that lived there were either devout believers or the family members of Temple's core members. By doing this, isn't Temple digging their own foundation? Who would dare to follow Temple if they were to kill the family members of their core members? Who would follow them? The regiment commander, Old Tang, and the rest reacted quickly and immediately stopped the soldiers who had lost control of their emotions. The frenzied soldiers of Mu Xia's army disregarded everything. They begged and bit the mechanical puppets, punching and kicking them. Their faces were covered in tears. No! The soldier was at a loss, his mind was blank, and he spoke incoherently. That can't be. We are fighting for Temple, we are people of Temple. Why would Temple take action against our family? He did it. Mu Xia's voice seemed to be tainted with the smell of holy flames. It carried a sense of authority, which was a familiar feeling to everyone. But at that moment, even Mu Xia was filled with hatred and disgust. The holy flames that flowed beneath his skin became even more lively. Everyone was attracted by Mu Xia's words, and no one noticed that the bones of his fingers were enveloped by the holy flames and were silently melting. Mu Xia was oblivious. There was only a 10% chance of success, but he succeeded. He became the strongest clan elder in Temple, and everyone has to bow down to him, and his orders are the will of Temple. To prevent others from knowing that he has become a spirit general, he lived in seclusion and used the holy flames to envelop himself. Everyone thought that the great clan elder used a special method to train in the holy flames, but no one guessed that beneath the holy flames was a spirit general. I am stupid. This is too deranged. The regiment commander was silent. That's another problem. Mu Xia smiled bitterly and desolately. The white light shone through the wrinkles on his weathered face. It looked extremely terrifying and strange. The great elder soon found out that even if he had an endless lifespan, he would not be able to realize his great ambition by himself. He needed more like-minded people. I was not born in a prestigious family, so I was naturally sought out, but I rejected them. I do not wish to become a spirit general. I am destined to dedicate my life to temple, but I still wish to rest after death. The long years will make me fearful. The great clan elder did not punish me, but to prevent the secret from leaking out, he left something in my body. That thing is acting up now. Do not hurt them. Old Tang could not bear to watch, and reminded the soldiers under him. Life was always precious, with the warm sunlight, the alluring heartbeat, and the connection between each other. Time was always heartless, cold and lonely, so long that it was terrifying. But there were always some things, some ideals, that could allow you to overcome the yearning for life, to overcome the fear of time, and you would not hesitate to give up everything and throw yourself into its embrace. These soldiers were fighting alone at the front lines, fighting for Temple, but Temple had harmed their families. Old Tang looked at Wuxia. The light aura of holy flames seemed to be spewing out from Wuxia's body. He asked, "Then what's going on with you now?" Suddenly, a soldier asked anxiously. Beside him, the other soldiers all had anxious looks on their faces. Their families were all in the same continent, and they had a bad premonition. Their faces were buried in the soil, their hands grabbed onto the dust. They cried out the names of their families, cried out Wuxia's name. They wanted to grab onto something but could not grab onto anything. They hammered their heads, they curled up into a ball, they were helpless and in despair. Surging holy flames surged out from his body. In the blink of the eye, he had become a flaming man, the white holy flames crackling. Wuxia felt his body becoming lighter and lighter. The pain of his soul burning caused his consciousness to become more and more blurry. He mustered his last bit of strength and shouted while trembling. A crazy man who did not care about his own life, a cold-blooded man who did not care about the lives of others, who did not care about anything on the battlefield. For the sake of victory, he was willing to do anything. The other soldiers had their hands on their heads, their eyes were at a loss, and some of their eyes started to reveal fear and despair. "Master, I beg you." The soldier knelt on the ground and kowtowed and begged, "Master, seeing that this lowly one has followed you for so long, please tell us." All of their beliefs and ideals had collapsed, and then they found out that their families were all dead, and watched as their most respected boss was burned to ashes in front of them. All of these men who had gone through countless trials and tribulations, and had never been defeated in battle, had completely collapsed at that moment. All of the soldiers and military generals were dumbstruck by this shocking secret. That's right, the content had completely exceeded their imaginations, and they were shocked by too many things. And then they will use the holy flames of the entire Saint Continent to evolve. Even the old commander and old Tang were shocked. Even though they were listening to Wuxia's narration, they could still hear the craziness of the great clan elder and his fanaticism towards Temple. The old commander had become a spirit general after his own death, but he never thought that the great clan elder would voluntarily become a spirit general for the sake of rebuilding Temple. He took a deep breath and suddenly roared, "All of you, shut up." The old commander's roar could be heard by the entire field, and the empty eyes of the soldiers of Wuxia's army started to have light auras converge. Although the great clan elder was crazy, but he was definitely an extremely intelligent man, and would definitely not do such a foolish thing. "Can we be saved?" the old commander asked. Wuxia was a respectable opponent, and he did not wish for Wuxia to die. To give up his own life, to take such a huge risk for Temple. That was probably the most cruel thing in the world. Wuxia laughed bitterly. "Saint Continent, there is no more Saint Continent. I know they have a plan, I do not know the details, but I have a rough idea. Once Temple reaches the final juncture, they will disregard everything and transform into spirit generals, and then..." Everyone in the Southern Cross Army was silent. They allowed the enemy soldiers to climb onto their mechanical puppets and bite them. As long as they could stop them, they would feel extremely sad. "Saint Continent, what's wrong with Saint Continent? Master, what's wrong with Saint Continent that you mentioned just now?" The commander was an old-fashioned person, In his opinion, a hero like Wuxia should die on the battlefield and not in the dark of politics and schemes. The old commander looked at the elite soldiers, their eyes were empty, and they wailed incessantly, his heart feeling extremely sad. It shouldn't be like this. These iron men forged from blood and fire shouldn't be like this. Chapter 922. The only thing that made him feel more at ease was the great clan elder's feelings and sincerity towards Temple, which was not fake at all. Snow City, which used to be bustling with activity, was now deathly silent. There were no wails, no sounds, and it was like a ghost city. But at a time like this, every bit of strength became very important. Every holy flame was a set of bones. In everyone's eyes, the first elder was mysterious, authoritative, wise, and omnipotent. However, Jaya keenly sensed the great elder's hidden madness. "I don't know." The subordinate rushed over at full speed without resting, and spoke with a hoarse voice. "It's the holy flame, the golden holy flame." All the estuaries were blocked by the holy flames. Some people tried to barge in, but they were all burned to ashes. Everyone's faces became even more serious. Temple's moves were indeed linked together. They did not give anyone any chance. The holy flames converted the drifting energy in the air into radiant energy. Not only did it weaken the enemy, it could also strengthen oneself, killing two birds with one stone. If they could break the shackles of the pillars of punishment, they would be able to fly as well, which would have a profound effect on the battle. The God Armor Army was doing their best to maintain the protective barrier and were completely reduced to manual labor. However, this could not be helped. Without the protection of the energy shield, everyone was in danger. Holy flames could strengthen spirit generals. That was the easiest guess. The Grand Alliance's move at this critical juncture would have a huge impact on the Southern Expedition. It might even cause the Southern Expedition to suffer a crushing defeat. Jaya could not help but sigh softly. In the eyes of ordinary people, the alliance of the aristocratic families did not care about the big picture. But even Jaya could see that the aristocratic families had no other choice. Once they won the Southern Expedition, the Great Elder would use the momentum of victory to purge the aristocratic families at the first instant. No one could guarantee that Temple would place all their bets on the spirit generals, but no one doubted it. Tang Tian also displayed his decisiveness. Without hesitation, he placed all his chips on the spirit general. Jia suddenly thought of something that Wuxia had once told him, and the blood drained from his face in an instant. He knew that the conflict between Temple and the prestigious families had been going on for a long time. But to him, the honorable martial continent was vast, and both sides could coexist. In the worst-case scenario, they could expand outwards like the Southern Expedition. Compared to internal strife, he felt that war was much simpler. He also knew that he was too naive in this aspect, so he never liked to get involved. Moreover, he knew that no matter which side won, they would not make things difficult for him. After all, with his level and qualifications, he might not be able to become a direct descendant, but it would definitely not be a problem for him to make a living. Tang Tian carefully dodged the holy flames floating around him and arrived at the side of the pillar of punishment. Their survival instinct made them struggle with all their might. They were constantly trying all kinds of methods to find a chance of survival. But as long as they touched the holy flames, they would be ignited like candles. Once they were ignited, they would not be able to extinguish the holy flame no matter what they did, and the holy flame would only end when the soul was completely incinerated. Jia only took a glance before retracting her gaze. Since holy flame Tang Tian could not help, he shifted his attention to another crucial point, which was to study the pillars of punishment. Not only could the pillars of punishment seal the entire Saint Continent, they could also seal the sky, preventing people from flying. In a battle, whether or not one could fly was crucial. Being unable to fly meant that they were at a disadvantage right from the start, and it was a very big disadvantage. The enemy could completely look down from above and unleash a barrage of attacks on them. A subordinate walked to his side and spoke softly, "Master, the Saint Continent has suddenly been sealed." Jia did not understand. Since when did Temple and the prestigious families reach such a state of irreconcilable enmity? When he said the last sentence, he thought about the terrifying scene, and his voice started to tremble. They easily activated their energy barriers, but after a while, they started to feel uncomfortable. The prestigious families were already in chaos. They all trained in the inheritances of their families, and did not train in holy flames. However, no matter who it was, when placed in this sea of holy flames, they would feel how insignificant they were, how insignificant their lives were, and how fearful they were. Jia knew the inside story. Fortunately, although Jizai and the rest did not use their energy barriers much, but they were gradually getting used to the high energy concentration environment and knew how to use law threads. When he thought about what Mu Jixia had told him, he became even more worried. His only relative was killed, and even the great clan elder himself. The current Saint Continent was already in chaos. Tang Tian and the rest were trying their best, but they were different from the other survivors as they were spirit generals. Understanding Temple's intentions did not mean that they would be able to escape alive. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone knew that if they were not able to find a way before the enemy grew stronger, they would be in true danger. Only around Mace Field Tradings had a sliver of hope. Sima Xiao clenched his teeth. He summoned Magatama and joined the ranks of breaking the holy flames. Magatama's aura was gentle and feminine, and was the complete opposite of the holy flames' aura of light, causing Magatama to instinctively fear the holy flames. Tang Tian could not help but exclaim out. The unique undulation made him feel a trace of familiarity, as though he had seen it somewhere before. Tang Tian racked his brains and tried his best to recall where he had seen it before. Magatama's glance was like a knife cutting into Sima Zhao's heart. He was extremely upset. He bit his lips tightly and tried his best not to cry. But to Jia, the stupidest thing that the prestigious families had ever done was to assassinate sacred son Charles. Just like how Temple had always spread that Sophie was created by the great clan elder, there was another rumor that was widely known, and that was that sacred son Charles was the great clan elder's illegitimate son. But this time he felt that the prestigious families were too much. But at such a time, every bit of strength was a good thing. Wait a minute. Gold holy flames. Jia Ya's first thought was of the great clan elder. In Temple, only the great clan elder was able to train the holy flames to the gold level. Xiao Ran and Exen were carefully sensing the holy flames. Jia Ya firmly believed that a person would always have something to hold them back in the world, and people without anything to hold them back would easily do crazy and unreasonable things. And if the other party was a strong martial artist, or held supreme authority, it would be a disaster. Thinking about the great clan elder, Jia Ya could only laugh bitterly. There were many estuaries in the Saint Continent, and to seal the Saint Continent, they could only rely on a large fleet. Although the army outside looked terrifying, the barbarians displayed astonishing physiques. They were not afraid of the cold, and acted as though they were fine in the snow. But Jia Ya did not care about it, no matter how many barbarians there were, as long as the Wei Yiguan continent was in his hands, he had absolute confidence that he could keep the barbarians out. The spirit generals under Xiao Ran had low intelligence, although they could understand orders, but to ask them to try and comprehend it themselves was like playing the lute to a cow. Only Xiao Ran and Exen could decipher the secret of the holy flame. They did not know that the prestigious family's alliance had assassinated sacred son Charles, but from then on, the great clan elder would definitely not compromise with them. As they neared the fiery pillar, the sacred and solemn aura unique to the holy flame became much weaker, and replacing it was a rather unique aura undulation. The boundless army tents stretched endlessly. The barbarian army's tents were crudely made. They were connected together, and from afar, they looked like moss on the snow plains. The thick golden fiery pillar pierced through the clouds, and when they neared it, they could feel its height. When he was in the Scorpio constellation, Magatama had helped him to become the Scorpio King, but that was because Magatama was just a tool in his heart, a useful tool. But after coming to the Sin domain, Magatama became even more intelligent, and he and Magatama depended on each other, and their relationship had long changed. For Temple to spend so much effort and even sacrifice so many lives, the holy flame definitely played an irreplaceable role in their plans. Fortunately, the energy barrier was still effective, the might of the golden holy flame was astonishing, and every single flame consumed a large amount of energy. Seeing the boundless holy flame, everyone's face turned ashen, and despair rose in their hearts. The only thing that made them feel fortunate was that no one was controlling the holy flames. They floated aimlessly in the air, and the energy barrier could still hold on for a period of time, allowing them to retain a sliver of hope. He had a premonition that this was the breakthrough point. It's being sealed? Jia Ya's heart jumped. Who is sealing the fleet? He also spoke softly. Who's sealed the fleet? The energy density is dropping. Ji Zhe shouted out, that's not right. The holy flame is converting the other attributed energy into radiant energy. He was worried about the situation in the Saint Continent. He had an indifferent personality and did not like to fight for power, although he was from a prestigious family, but it was just a small prestigious family. The temperament of the family was the same as him. They were low profile and reserved, they lived quietly, and did not cause any trouble for him. Quiet people would always be able to notice some unnoticeable details. Sima Xiao hardened his heart and gave an order to Magatama. Go. Yu glanced at him. Her enchanting eyes were like limpid autumn waters at this moment. She did not say anything. She turned and floated towards a strand of holy flame. Holy flame? Jiaya was startled. He did not expect that answer. Holy flame was definitely from Temple, but how could the holy flame isolate the estuary? The atmosphere suddenly became even more tense, and everyone could feel the immense pressure. Sacred son Charles was not the illegitimate child of the great clan elder, but the nephew of the great clan elder, and was the only inheritor of the great clan elder's family. Very few people knew about it, and Jiaya had unintentionally found out about it, but he had never divulged it. Jiaya was most worried that the great clan elder would do something irrational. He was a man of few words, and even if it was a bustling banquet, he liked to hold a cup of wine and sit in a corner. Tang Tian quickly realized something. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over with a flustered expression. Jiaya suddenly had a bad premonition. He had specially sent this subordinate to the Saint Continent to gather information. He did not wish to be involved, but he could not be ignorant. Countless golden holy flames floated in the sky. It was extremely beautiful and dazzling. In the past, the aura of the holy flames would always cause people to feel at ease, but today, the aura of the holy flames had become even more divine and solemn, like the biting cold winter wind. It caused people to feel a bone-piercing chill. Even for Ji Zhe and the rest, if they did not have any energy and relied purely on laws to defend, it would be too strenuous. Chapter 9:23. The timid people had already started to cry. The scene of the holy flames burning was a fatal blow to their morale. How will we know if we don't try? Ji Zhe said without hesitation. At such a time, he had no choice but to make a desperate attempt. He could not care less. It was like forcing a duck onto a perch. Even for a man like Tang Tian who had enemies under the heavens, upon thinking about the countless holy flames in the sky being absorbed by a group of spirit generals, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Tang Tian initially thought that they were just nourishment for the spirit generals. But after that, he realized that he had underestimated the great clan elder. The holy flames were continuously converting the energy into radiant energy, and to the disciples of the aristocratic families who trained in the inheritances of their families, it meant that the amount of energy they could control was gradually decreasing, which was similar to the Forbidden Hoop's reduction of energy activity. By changing the density of the air, it could achieve the goal of confinement. By lowering the energy activity, it would form a swamp effect. With the two effects stacked together, it was extremely effective against sacred Saint Galaxy martial artists. When Chia heard that, her eyes lit up. What do you think? Tang Tian finally understood the source of the strange familiarity, the Forbidden Hoop. Tang Tian and the rest also felt the immense pressure. As time passed, the situation would become more and more disadvantageous to them. If they were unable to successfully decipher the secret of the holy flames before the great clan elder's spirit general hatched, they would be finished. Tang Tian did not have the time to think about all of that. He was in trouble. He had a rough understanding of the Cinque Continent system, but he realized that he was helpless. The great clan elder's system was superior to the forbidden hoop, in that the amount of holy flames used was too terrifying. Without caring about it, he shouted, "Then let me try. I can't do it alone. 2 people come and help me." Previously, when he fought with the honorable martial banner of knights, Tang Tian had specially researched on the holy flames. The holy flames were flames that were birthed from pure radiant energy, and in temple, there were strict requirements for the training of the holy flames. This was the Cinque Continent, where temple was located, the center of the entire honorable martial continent, and the majority of the citizens were related to temple, thus the majority of them were able to train in the holy flames. In any of the other continents, the holy flame was definitely not as widespread. The member called Xiao Yao smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, I cultivate the law of light, but it has nothing to do with the law of light." In reality, the alliance of the big clans no longer had a chance to turn the tables. They did not expect that before they could come up with a plan, their enemies were already scheming on how to wipe them out. The densely packed holy flames continued to convert the energy in the air into radiant energy. As the available energy in the air became thinner and thinner, Sadra and his army's losses increased rapidly. They felt like fish out of water, suffocating. The energy barrier that was usually easy was now unusually heavy and difficult. Every fiery pillar's position had been carefully chosen, which meant that Temple had planned this from the start. Alright, what was he worrying about? He was actually worried about the Great Elder? The 500 over holy flames from the fiery pillars resonated at the same time, producing an undulation that enveloped the entire Cinque Continent, which was why it was able to form a fiery screen that enveloped the entire Cinque Continent. The forbidden hoop was the first technique that caught Tang Tian's interest after he entered the honorable martial continent. The forbidden hoop was created by Claudia's bodyguard leader, Hank. In the entire sacred Saint galaxy, Hank's name was not well known, but the forbidden hoop that he created was extremely mystical, causing Tang Tian's eyes to light up. Tang Tian's research and usage of it was even more daring and creative. He was able to form a similar forbidden hoop around his body, isolating his own energy undulations. He used his own enlightenment on the forbidden hoop to appear and disappear unpredictably in the battlefield like a ghost. It could be said that the two were on completely different levels of power. But when Tang Tian linked the two together, he immediately realized that the two were similar. The great clan elder's only oversight was that he did not expect Tang Tian and his group to barge in. A lunatic was not scary, but a strict and meticulous lunatic was scary. With Tang Tian's current strength, there were very few enemies that required him to use such a method to fight. Even in temple, the number of people that could surpass him in strength could be counted with one's fingers. His research on the forbidden hoop was more of an interest in its creativity, and he rarely used it. So when he researched on the pillars of punishment, he did not even think about the forbidden hoop. Everyone's eyes turned to look at Xiao Yao and the rest. Of course, the pillars of punishment was much more complicated than the forbidden hoop. However, in a sense, some of the principles of the two were quite similar. With the experience of dismantling the forbidden hoop, Tang Tian quickly gained something. For example, he initially thought that the forbidden hoop was formed by the pillars of punishment and the holy flames in the sky, but now he changed his judgment. Furthermore, the might of the two were on completely different levels. When Tang Tian was trapped by the forbidden hoop, he was actually rather calm. Zhe did not care about anything else. I do not know what honorable martial laws are, but it definitely has a law. Could it be related to light laws? Xiao Yao, you practice the law of light, right? Even the dense holy flames floating in the sky was an important part of the forbidden hoop, and was the great clan elder's hidden killing move. Such a huge and cold-blooded plan was not an impulsive move, but a meticulous plan that was closely linked. The great clan elder's ruthless and cold-blooded nature caused people to tremble in fear. Because of the undulations produced by the fiery pillar's resonance, the holy flames spewed into the sky, but did not dissipate, but flowed along the sky, forming a layer of fiery screen. It was not difficult to form such a fiery screen. As long as an army was not weak, they would be able to do it. But to envelop an entire continent, and a continent as large as the Saint Continent, Tang Tian had never heard of such a thing before. If not for being trapped inside, Tang Tian would have long turned and run. The might of the golden holy flames was not ordinary, and if it was a one-on-one fight, no matter how powerful the holy flames were, Tang Tian would not be worried. But the holy flames in front of him were formed from the lives of the entire Saint Continent, and were as vast as the ocean. No one could resist against so many holy flames. It was like an ocean, and with a wave, Tang Tian would be annihilated. And if the holy flames were to explode, the entire Saint Continent would be annihilated. Its might was something that even the sea of energy, which could contain all living things, was unable to contain. The sea of energy would be ignited, and the uncontrollable explosion and energy would form an unprecedented energy tsunami that would sweep through the entire honorable Martial continent. In the end, no one knew how many continents would be able to escape this calamity. Just the thought of such a scene was enough to make one's hair stand. He had tested out the might of the pillars of punishment, and the terrifying pressure that came from the sky caused him to feel fear. It was extremely rare to find a power that could cause Tang Tian to feel fear. The forbidden hoop was extremely creative, but in terms of the essence of the power, it was not worthy of praise. Tang Tian could not help but admire the great clan elder. The Saint Continent was a vast region, and to completely seal it off, the position of the 500 over fiery pillars was extremely crucial. He had to admit that the concept was flawless. It was complete and tight. In the Saint Continent, the holy flames were viewed as the symbol of piety, and were viewed as the purest and most sacred power, and the battle techniques and killing techniques that revolved around the holy flames formed an extremely large system. Ji immediately said, "Send 5 people. The holy flames are born from energy. Is it energy? Or is it a type of law?" The resonance between the holy flames. Ji's situation was much better than Fu Zhengji. He could still think, the other energies are decreasing, but the radiant energy is increasing. Can we use the radiant energy? When the quantity of something reaches a critical point, it will undergo a qualitative change. Furthermore, it is a high-level holy flame that is extremely dangerous. But the quantity of the holy flame is a qualitative change. The 500 over pillars of punishment was the skeleton of the forbidden hoop system, and also the foundation. Its most important use was not to provide holy flames, but to resonate. The God Armor Army was bitterly maintaining the energy barrier, but the pressure on everyone was increasing, causing the members to reveal signs of fatigue. Ji saw that the situation was not good, and clenched his teeth. "We can't continue like this. Do you have any ideas?" Fu Zhengji was already gasping for breath. His talent and strength were much weaker than Ji, and he was much older than Ji, so he felt as though he was being sucked dry. The excessive consumption of law caused the blood and qi in his body to become restless, and he was starting to show signs of losing control. Tang Tian took a deep breath. He was starting to feel anxious. When was the last time I felt anxious? He had long forgotten about it. But today, he truly felt anxious, although he knew that the great clan elder would definitely not ignite the holy flames. But with such a vast amount of holy flames, even the great clan elder might not be able to control them. There were many imperfections between the fiery pillars and the fiery screen, but the vast amount of holy flames had completely drowned all of these imperfections. Tang Tian and the rest had brought about a change to the complete and rigorous plan. That was also why, from the moment the great clan elder made his move, he had firmly grasped the initiative in the battlefield. What kind of monster will the strength of the entire Saint Continent's citizens gather on a few hundred people? Tang Dun was unable to imagine it. Fu Zhengji was startled. He was startled by Ji's whimsical thoughts. Temple's forbidden hoop system was formed from 3 parts, the pillars of punishment, the holy flames flowing in the sky, and the holy flames floating in the air. Tang Tian suddenly realized that all of the problems had returned to the starting point, holy flames. The atmosphere in Mace Field Tradings was extremely tense. Xiao Yao knew that the situation was dire, The energy barrier required the power of laws to maintain, and if this continued, they would only be able to hold on for half an hour before the energy barrier would shatter, and everyone would be drowned by the holy flames. Their hearts trembled at the thought of being touched by the holy flames. In the sacred Saint Galaxy that was filled with dense and abundant energy, more than 90% of the people had never experienced the feeling of sparse energy before. The great clan elder's move could be said to be pulling out the firewood from under the cauldron. It struck their vitals, and they were completely unable to find a way to deal with it. 5 members who still had strength walked to Xiao Yao's side. The decrease in numbers caused the energy barrier to tremble, and the members who were maintaining the energy barrier felt their bodies becoming heavier, and the pressure on them increased. Tang Tian laughed at himself, but the nervousness in his heart was alleviated. He started to focus his attention once again, discarding all of the distracting thoughts. So be it, holy flames are holy flames. I have seen many strange and bizarre things, and there are many holy flames. Tang Tian fell into deep thought. He sat down beside the fiery pillar. Chapter 9:24. The holy flames in the sky resembled snowflakes, and also resembled dandelions that were blown by the wind. It was extremely beautiful. The 12 spirit generals bowed respectfully and walked out in a line. I have already prepared sufficient food for all of you. You can all eat your fill. The great clan elder's voice pierced through the holy flames, as though he was talking about something extremely normal. The great clan elder spoke loudly. Go, enjoy the feast of the honorable martial saint, and enjoy the process of becoming a god. These few days will be unforgettable for all of you. Oh, my apologies, all of you no longer have the word forever. Sophie's body trembled involuntarily. For some reason, the scene in front of her caused her to feel fear. The great clan elder nodded his head in satisfaction. He was extremely satisfied with the 12 spirit generals in front of him. The situation was much better than what he had imagined. The honorable martial banner of knights were extremely powerful, and their holy flames had been trained to a rather profound realm. Thus the success rate of conversion was much higher than what he had expected. He was completely in awe of the creator of the holy flame. The golden flames were extremely unique. Its most unique aspect was that it had many different forms, and under certain conditions, the holy flame could change between different forms. For example, it could become extremely tyrannical or violent. But at certain times, its nature was extremely gentle and could heal injuries. But most of the time, it would display a gentle temperament. Sophie laughed at herself. I am truly living in this world. What qualifications does a spirit general have to say such words? In the end, the great clan elder did not forget to crack a joke. It showed that he was in a good mood. Honorable martial saint. The sea of energy outside the Saint Continent was filled with warships and merchant groups. Everyone was extremely anxious. They had heard of the fight between Temple and the prestigious families, but they never expected that the Saint Continent would actually be sealed. The golden holy flames were like terrifying beasts that occupied the estuary. But what made Dooku the most surprised was that it was not energy, nor was it laws. The battle in the desolate continent had ended, and no one in the honorable martial continent would think about the desolate corner. Without the battle, Dooku, who was relaxed, decided to move and head to the Saint Continent to support Tang Tian. Dooku was knowledgeable and tactful. When the holy bell rang, he guessed that Tang Tian would most likely head to the Saint Continent. Dooku was also extremely interested in the Saint Continent. Temple was their mortal enemy, and the Saint Continent was Temple's headquarters, thus he wanted to experience it. She stared blankly at the sky, feeling disgusted. However, Duke was not rash at all. He did not rush in impatiently. Instead, he approached the estuary and secretly studied the strange and terrifying golden flames. Charles was gone. The Knights of Light were gone. They did not recognize him. There was only one reason left for him to live in this world. Duke's eyes lit up. His individual strength was unparalleled, and as the only martial artist in the entire Sin domain who had gained enlightenment on a law domain, he had sufficient confidence and confidence. But there was nothing left, only the holy flame. You don't have to stay here. The great clan elder looked at her from within the flames. He felt that Sophie was not right today. He thought for a moment, then spoke warmly. Don't worry, they have just become spirit generals. Their foundations are still weak. For the time being, they will be led by you. You have to seize the time. Don't let them catch up to you. They were your subordinates in the past. If they surpass you, don't cry. Dooku was a knowledgeable man, although it was his first time seeing the golden holy flame, but he could tell that it was not ordinary. When the last cocoon of light opened, a tall and sturdy spirit general slowly walked out. They would become the true core of the new temple, becoming his most loyal servants and subordinates. Thinking about that, he immediately decided to go in and investigate. In Dooku's heart, he felt that Tang Tian was a great benefactor to the entire Sin domain, and without Tang Tian, they would not be able to leave the Sin domain. Dooku was an upright man. He felt that he had received a favor from Tang Tian and had always wanted to repay him. After that, when he chose to join Tang Tian's camp, it was partly because of that. Sophie did not speak anymore. She did not know what to say, and only felt cold. She could not say that she was sad, just slightly cold. Charles was gone, and the Banner of Knights only had 12 people left. They had become spirit generals, and looked at her as though she was a stranger. Why is it so cold? I am a spirit general. Maybe those things were never meant for me. So losing them is my fate? After that, Dooku became numb, and tossed the question to the back of his mind, and did not mention anything about repaying Tang Tian. Dooku's mind moved, and he set off in the night. Sophie, who was by the side, felt a chill down her spine. Ever since the first spirit general walked out of the cocoon of light, she had noticed something strange. Every single spirit general seemed to not recognize her, and no one looked at her. It was too abnormal. Every single one of them was personally chosen by her, and was personally groomed by her, and their relationship with her was extremely deep. But now, when they looked at her, it was as though they were looking at air. When she walked out of temple, the traffic in temple had disappeared, and there was not a single person on the busy streets. Dang, 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 the melodious sound of a bell came out from the depths of temple. It was temple's bell. In the past, as long as the bell rang, there would always be people who would raise their heads, their faces would be filled with reverence, and they would be praying devoutly. They don't recognize me, Sophie suddenly said. Every word of the great clan elder was filled with an unparalleled might, and in front of him, the 12 spirit generals bowed their heads and listened. He walked to the great clan elder and bent down and said, "Great clan elder." There were some who could not wait any longer. They formed an alliance and modified a purely defensive warship and wanted to rush into Saint Continent. This time, they lasted longer than the previous time, but they were still incinerated by the holy flames, and none of them survived. Everyone became even more anxious. Their families were all in the Saint Continent. What was the current situation in the Saint Continent? Were their families doing well? This time, no one dared to rush in anymore. If only I could leave this world with Charles, Sophie thought silently. The comrades who had fought alongside her for so many years, when they walked out of the cocoon of light, the unfamiliar gazes in their eyes made her understand that her most precious thing had disappeared. He rushed to Saint Continent excitedly, and was shocked by the scene in front of him. The densely packed warships and merchant ships were extremely crowded. But when he noticed the holy flames at the estuary, his restless heart immediately calmed down. Especially when a few of the warships were incinerated, his face became even more gloomy. From today onwards, all of you are gods, temple's gods. All of you must remember, there is only one reason for your existence, and that is to listen to my orders. Give up all of your meaningless emotions, your laughable pity, and your cheap kindness. All of you must remember, only the light is eternal. Outside of the light, all are enemies. The will of the light cannot be disobeyed. Any hesitation or impurity is blasphemy. We will build a brand new temple, an unprecedented world of light. No one can stop us. We will be eternal. It was a product that existed between energy and laws. It could transform between the two, and at the same time, possess both attributes. He quickly thought of another problem. How are Tang Tian and the rest doing inside? In the entire Sacred Saint Galaxy, there were very few people who could pose a threat to him. Even if he were to encounter any situation, he could just run. If he wanted to run, no one could catch him. But the scene before him made him realize that Tang Tian might be in danger, and he could no longer sit and watch. For a powerful martial artist at his level, he would never go against his own heart. Dooku immediately made the decision, regardless of the price he had to pay. He had to ensure Tang Tian's safety. Even if he had to pay with his life, he would not hesitate. Maybe temple will be rebuilt. That's right, just like what the great clan elder said, it will be a new temple, a temple that has nothing to do with me. The 12 spirit generals bowed. All of the estuaries of the Saint Continent were blocked so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Ultimately, Dooku was a peerless martial artist who had gained enlightenment on law domains, and his understanding of laws and the myriad of things in the world far exceeded that of an ordinary person. He even boldly cut off a strand of holy flame and carefully studied it. Very quickly, he had some gains. It was the first time he had encountered a flame like the holy flame, and he roughly understood the Tao inside. What a unique thing. From today onwards, all of you are the 12 honorable martial paladins of temple. Her heart sank to the bottom. She maintained her silence and did not say a word. Walking in temple, the once bustling temple was now empty. It was indescribably lonely and spacious. She stopped and looked at the empty temple, and could not help but sigh. She could not understand, if there are no people left, then what's the point of rebuilding temple? All of the familiar faces in the past were no longer there. Her mood became gloomy. She quickened her footsteps. She did not want to stay any longer. When Dooku rushed over, he saw the entire scene. But what made Dooku feel helpless was that not only did they not help Tang Tian, but instead received Tang Tian's care, and felt that they owed him more and more favors. The great clan elder casually said, "They only need to remember what they need to remember. They will get to know each other in the future." The great clan elder was satisfied and in high spirits. Although the 12 spirit generals did not seem to be a lot, but they all retained their intellect, and each of them could hold their own. They were the most elite honorable martial banner of knights when they were alive, and all of them had gone through layers and layers of selection. All of them were brimming with talent, regardless of whether it was their individual strength or battle accomplishments. They were all outstanding. After transforming into spirit generals, their talents were preserved, but their strength would increase by over 10 times. At the start, there were still many warships that relied on the outstanding defense of the warships to charge in. But after more than 10 of the warships were incinerated, no one dared to charge in anymore. A few of them were still waiting for someone to come out and negotiate with them. Regardless of who had the upper hand, at least someone would come out and speak. But they waited for day and night, but no one came out to negotiate with them. Sophie replied softly and walked out. Chapter 9:25. The white holy flame was a pure radiant energy. Another gray spot appeared on the god armor, and in the blink of an eye, the gray spot disappeared, revealing a hole. The light in Tang Tian's eyes dimmed down, the aura around him disappeared, the god armor crumbled, transforming into light spots and disappearing into the air. It was the first time Tang Tian's god armor crumbled on its own ever since he gained enlightenment on the god armor. Although it was only for a short period of time, but the consumption was huge, far exceeding Tang Tian's expectations. Even the god armor could not be maintained, and directly crumbled in the air. But the great clan elder obviously did not do so. At the moment when the golden holy flame and the god armor's laws were destroyed, Tang Tian saw that inside the golden holy flame there was a figure that clashed with the god armor's laws. At that moment, Tang Tian had already determined that the holy flame was not a law, nor was it an energy form. Tang Tian's face was as white as paper, his fingertips trembled, his legs went soft, but his eyes were extremely clear, revealing an indescribable joy. It was completely destroyed. Tang Tian immediately realized that the unusualness was most likely the crux to breaking the holy flame. The laws of the gray spots were all destroyed. No, it was destroyed. The destruction of the holy flame and god armor's laws made every detail extremely clear. The golden holy flame continued to enlarge in his vision, and the golden fire snakes that came into contact with the surface of the god armor seemed to become extremely slow. The entire process seemed to be slow, but in truth, it happened in an instant. Tang Tian squinted his eyes, his body moved slightly, and the holy flame that was flying towards him was deflected. Although it was very small, but Tang Tian was definitely not wrong. Seems like my god armor is being viewed as an enemy by the holy flame. Tang Tian's mind worked extremely quickly. It was natural for the holy flame to love energy, but the holy flame's hatred towards laws, as well as its ability to destroy laws, was surprising. But at that moment, the power of the physique in Tang Tian's body started to circulate. The vast and boundless power of the physique surged into Tang Tian's brain, causing Tang Tian's eyes to become brighter and brighter, as though a bright light was being compressed to its limit. Even the gorgeous god equipment was overshadowed by the light released by Tang Tian's eyes. Holy flames were indeed not a law. What shocked Tang Tian the most was that the figure's shape was extremely similar to law threads. With a flick of his finger, the gray patch flew out. While it was still in the air, it melted at a speed that was hard to detect with the naked eye and completely disappeared. Tang Tian's brain was working faster and faster, and the light in his eyes was getting brighter and brighter, so bright that it was hard to look at him directly. Threads of mist seeped out of the Shin equipment. The mist rose. Tang Tian's flesh power, which was as vast as the sea, rumbled and surged madly into Tang Tian's brain. Under the Shin equipment, the bloody light on Tang Tian's neck exploded and was shockingly thick. If Tang Tian was awake at this moment, he would feel like he was in the middle of a storm, and his ears would be filled with majestic roars. He extended his finger and touched a strand of holy flame. He had never dared to recklessly use the power of the physique in his body. Tang Tian had suspicions in his mind, but he did not relax his vigilance towards his surroundings, as he suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. All of the holy flames in a 10 radius around him suddenly flew towards him. Since the start, the holy flames that floated in the air had always been slow. Even the swallowing and spitting of the flames were slow, causing them to look extremely graceful. But the holy flames that flew towards Tang Tian had suddenly changed their slow speed. Like sharks that had smelled blood, they flew extremely quickly and aggressively. Up until now, Temple was truly too calm, and the strange calmness was too abnormal, causing people's hearts to jump. In the past, when Tang Tian heard about it from Melissa, he did not think much about it, but now that he had confirmed it, he understood how powerful the great clan elder was. Generally speaking, if one wanted to combine energy and laws together, they only needed to use the laws as the backbone and the energy as the flesh and blood to form an extremely stable structure. In a sense, Ji-Zhe and the rest were using energy in the same way, using laws as the backbone and absorbing energy as the flesh and blood. Time continued to flow, and Tang Tian knew that the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Without caring about anything else, he clenched his teeth and decided to use the stupidest and most dangerous method. The holy flames were not energy, nor were they laws, but something that was in between. His mind trembled. What is that? The moment the holy flames touched his body, Tang Tian's eyes that seemed to be bottomless suddenly lit up with a bewitching light aura, and an indescribable aura suddenly exploded out without any warning. The air around him seemed to have congealed, and the holy flames that were dancing around him seemed to have entered glue, and their speed became sluggish. Tang Tian could not help but admit that the great clan elder was a true genius. Every time the golden fire serpent of the holy flames swallowed and spat, a pure radiant energy would scatter into the air like a rain of light. When the golden holy flames came into contact with Tang Tian's finger, an extremely tyrannical and scorching aura flowed through his finger and into his body. If it was any other time, Tang Tian would definitely use other methods to study it, for example disguising himself and entering temple to learn how to train in the holy flames. In truth, to a powerful martial artist at Tang Tian's level, regardless of what kind of power it was, They all reached the same goal. His understanding of the holy flames was just lacking a layer of paper. But it was this layer of paper that could be pierced through and enlightened. If not, he would be confused and could only look at the flowers in the fog. He finally had an even more crucial discovery. The power of the physique was completely different from energy. It was like water that was preserved in the depths of a sand dune. It was not a trickle, but was mixed in the sand and became moist. When using the power of the physique, one had to hold back. If not, once the physique was dried up, it would be impossible to recover. In that moment, Tang Tian even had a misconception, as though the law threads were pouncing onto his own reflection. Like a god of war, Tang Tian, who was fully equipped, had an imposing aura that soared into the sky. The countless lines in his cold pupils flowed endlessly, and the power in his entire body was activated to the maximum. The holy flames that were revolving around Tang Tian suddenly lost interest in Tang Tian and scattered. The holy flames were an existence between energy and laws, or in other words, it was a unique combination of the two. Tang Tian maintained his dodging, but took the opportunity to slap at one of the holy flames. His gaze was locked onto the strand of holy flames in front of him. The golden flames were slowly swallowing and spitting out, like a pure and holy golden lotus. The floating golden holy flames seemed to have sunk into a net, and around them were faint lines that resembled a net. Tang Tian was extremely familiar with them. They were spatial law threads. Under the state of the god armor, Tang Tian was extremely sensitive to laws. He noticed that the space around the holy flames was sunken, as though it was a void, and was extremely dark. Tang Tian's ice-cold state of mind was revolving at an unprecedented speed. All the images in his vision were being disintegrated at an astonishing speed. Tang Tian sensed danger. Taking a deep breath, Tang Tian activated his god armor. The gorgeous gold god armor seemed to be flowing on the surface of his body. Countless of bright and dark profound law patterns appeared and disappeared. The gold liquid was like a wriggling living creature. When the gold liquid completely covered Tang Tian's face, Tang Tian's eyes suddenly became cold and indifferent. At the moment, Tang Tian's entire body was emitting an inhuman aura. He was extremely indifferent, as though he was a lifeless machine. The god armor formed from law threads was being absorbed by the holy flames, as though there was some deep hatred between them. How can the law threads be destroyed? At that moment, time seemed to have slowed down. The holy flames burning on his fingertips were the closest, and Tang Tian could see it clearly. The void around the holy flames was distorting, as though it was a vortex. As long as any energy entered the area, it would be devoured. The layer of distorted dark void was only a thin layer, but the endless amount of energy was being sucked in. The law god armor on his fingertips made Tang Tian not move, and carefully felt the holy flames. In his vision, the entire world had become completely different. It was Tang Tian's first time encountering such a situation. In the blink of the eye, the holy flames extinguished, and the area on Tang Tian's fingertips that was covered by the god armor was contaminated, forming a gray patch. I've found the crux of the problem. I just need to follow this clue and find the answer. Facing the holy flames pouncing towards him, Tang Tian did not panic at all, and moved around within the 3m radius. He did not want to attract more holy flames, and carefully controlled his movement. Although it was only a 3m radius, Tang Tian was still able to move with ease. Although the holy flames were fast, they were still lacking compared to Tang Tian. The holy flames danced around Tang Tian like a swarm of bees. It was a dazzling sight, but it was unable to touch the corner of Tang Tian's clothes. Tang Tian's indifferent eyes revealed a change for the first time. Tang Tian had seen ordinary holy flames before, and the white holy flames and the gold holy flames were two completely different things. The gold holy flames came from the great clan elder's hands. Before the great clan elder, in the history of temple, no one had ever been able to cultivate out the gold holy flames. And it was also from the great clan elder that they started to spread the holy flames, or in other words, the core power system of the holy flames started to form. What's going on? That is the crux of the destruction of the two. Tang Tian shook his head, and threw all of the messy thoughts to the back of his mind. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He placed his attention back on the pillars of punishment, but he never thought that after going around in circles, the crux of dealing with temple would still be the holy flames. The consecutive setbacks did not discourage him. How could a core force that could support an entire system be simple? Tang Tian quickly noticed another characteristic of the holy flames. The holy flames' ability to devour energy was extremely strong. Regardless of the attributes of the energy, they could devour it effortlessly and transform it into pure radiant energy. If one were to say that energy was the holy flames' favorite food, then the holy flames were filled with hatred towards laws. The scene of the holy flames devouring energy did not exceed Tang Tian's imagination, but the destruction of laws was something that Tang Tian had never expected. Law threads were easily disrupted, but they were extremely difficult to destroy, much less being destroyed. Under the state of the god armor, the changes in laws could not escape his eyes, and the law threads at his fingertips were truly destroyed. Chapter 9:26. At that moment, everyone had absolute trust in Tang Tian. Tang Tian was moved, but he was not overly sentimental. "Jize, all of you hold on, I need some time." Tang Tian initially thought that the image was a unique law thread, because the shape of the image was in the shape of a line, and was exactly the same as a law thread. Tang Tian was extremely familiar with law threads, and knew that the shape of the image was truly the shape of a law thread. In truth, Tang Tian also felt that it was a daring idea. A ball of gentle white light aura lit up from his palm. The ball of light grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, causing beads of perspiration to form all over his face, and very quickly, the ball of light became the size of a millstone. Everyone in the trading organization watched anxiously. Such a huge ball of light contained an astonishing amount of energy, and if it were to explode, the consequences would be unthinkable. Although the idea was extremely risky, but in theory, it had a high chance of success. Of course, with the hatred that the holy flame had towards Tang Tian's god armor, they had to think of other ways to carry out the plan. But in the battle of life and death, if they did not take any risks, then they would just have to wait for death. The benefits and risks would always be proportional. Furthermore, it was already a miracle that they could find a way. And it was all thanks to Tang Tian that they could use such a method. Jize clenched his teeth and nodded. "Master, rest assured." From a certain perspective, spirit generals were similar to the product of an intermediate state, a special state between life and death. To a spirit general, the holy flame was a great nourishment. Tang Tian did not have the habit of making things difficult for himself. Although time was tight, but Tang Tian was still well rested and did not rush to start. He knew that only when he was in the most perfect state would there be a chance of success, and if he did not have enough stamina, he would only make things worse. If it wasn't a misconception, then what was it? But very quickly, Tang Tian rejected that guess. He carefully recalled the details that he had captured in that instant, and had many new discoveries. The unique form bestowed it with a unique nature. After Tang Tian gave his orders, he did not speak anymore, but sat down cross-legged. He needed time to recover his stamina, the exhaustion was too great, and he still needed to use the god armor. Without stamina, he would not be able to activate it. Tang Tian trusted his own senses, his intuition was extremely sharp, and was able to catch many details that even he himself did not notice, which had been proven in countless of battles. And the only obstacle for Xiao Ran and the rest to absorb the holy flame was the light attribute of the holy flame. The pure light energy was an extreme type of energy, and to spirit generals, it was a poison. Although the radiant energy within the holy flames had been turned ethereal, and its tyrannical and masculine nature had undergone a huge change, but it still retained many of the characteristics of the radiant energy. Xiao Yao's state of mind was calm, and slowly of Xiao Tian. Moreover, during this period of rest, he carefully deliberated over the specific ideas and details. "Then hurry up and start. We don't have much time," Axan said without hesitation. The mysterious figure's shape truly resembled a law thread. The only difference was that it was a reflection. "That's right, Tang Tian remembered the feeling clearly. Especially at the moment when the dotted lines and law threads clashed, the feeling was extremely obvious. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely think that they were seeing things. How can there be a reflection of law threads? Time ticked by, but Tang Tian's eyes remained closed, and his body remained motionless. Tang Tian could imagine how overjoyed the great elder must have been when he discovered this strange structure. After persevering, Tang Tian finally understood why he felt that the dotted lines were like reflections of law threads. The dotted line was indeed a mysterious and indescribable state. Although the law threads were hard to see with the naked eye, but they were superimposed on the space, while the illusory figure was the exact opposite, they were below the space. Using carvings as an analogy, law threads were yang carvings, while the dotted lines were yin carvings. Suddenly, Xiao Yao spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. His mind worked quickly. Xiao Ran and the rest were unable to endure the remnant radiant attribute in the holy flame, but he could. With his tyrannical physique, forget about the hollowed radiant energy, even without the hollowed radiant energy, he was not afraid. On this point, even Dooku was unable to compare to him, showing how terrifying his physique was. The white light membrane that covered the energy barrier shattered like glass. If they did not have a terrifying physique, they would simply be seeking death. And if they did not have the god armor's tyrannical control over laws, they would similarly be seeking death. But the efficiency of absorbing the hollowed radiant energy in the air was too low. Temple spirit generals could directly absorb the holy flames, while Xiao Ran and the rest could only absorb the thin hollowed radiant energy. Thus the difference in their speed of growth was like heaven and earth. Because of that, they were in a dangerous situation. Towards unfamiliar energy, the more it was, the easier it was for problems to arise, and the density of the energy outside had already reached a terrifying level. It was Tang Tian's first time seeing the yin carving law threads, and he was surprised. Very quickly, the white light extended to more than half of the energy barrier. Zhe and the rest revealed looks of joy. As long as the white light membrane enveloped the entire energy barrier, it would form a radiant energy barrier. Initially, it was just a rough idea, but it had become more perfect. On the contrary, the radiant energy released by the holy flames had become much gentler after being hollowed out, and was much thinner than the holy flames. Not only would Xiao Ran and the rest not be injured when absorbing it, they could even nourish themselves. Regardless of what they relied on, at that moment, victory was the most important thing. Truly a genius. Tang Tian could not help but exclaim in admiration. The spirit generals that Temple transformed into were naturally extremely compatible with the radiant energy, thus they did not have any problems absorbing it. But for Xiao Ran and the rest, it was extremely difficult to absorb, as the hollowed holy flames could possibly injure them. After thinking about it, Tang Tian felt that the great clan elder was truly a genius. The great clan elder should have projected laws into the energy, but the illusory image is not a true law, but an emulated law projected into the energy. Emulated laws and pure radiant energy actually formed a stable structure. It had to be said that the world was mysterious. Emulated laws were difficult to form in ordinary energy, but in the purest and most tyrannical radiant energy, they were able to stabilize. Xie replied without hesitation, "All right. I'm starting." Xiao Yao took a deep breath and reminded his teammates behind him. With that, he extended his palm out of the energy barrier and closed his eyes. The radiant energy outside the energy barrier was so abundant that it caused him to tremble in fear. The concentration of the radiant energy was much higher than what he had expected, and to him, it was not a good thing. No wonder both parties would be destroyed when they collided. They were like yin and yang, representing two extremes. Upon collision, they would naturally be destroyed. That was also why when Tang Tian activated his god armor, the holy flames were like sharks that had smelled blood and swarmed over, while Zhe and the rest were not affected. Because although Zhe and the rest were using laws, they were using the laws to move energy. In other words, Zhe and the rest's law threads were wrapped with a layer of flesh, which was energy. But Tang Tian's god armor was not wrapped with energy, and was naked in the air. naturally being targeted by the holy flames. Xiao Yao trained in light laws, and although light laws and radiant laws were only one word apart, there was a huge difference. However, the situation was extremely dangerous, and he could only bite the bullet. She trusted Tang Tian unconditionally, and believed that Tang Tian would definitely not joke around in such a critical moment. But as long as she understood the theory and told Tang Tian, she would naturally be able to find a way. Luckily, the explosion that everyone was most worried about did not happen. The light regiments seemed to have melted, and the white light aura started to extend along the energy barrier that Jizai and the rest had erected, and the energy barrier seemed to be plated with a layer of white light. If such a vast amount of holy flames were to be absorbed, Tang Tian had no idea what kind of monsters would be created, as their numbers were truly too terrifying. Upon entering the energy barrier, Tang Tian immediately spoke up. There was no time for him to explain in detail. Every minute that he was slower would mean an additional minute of danger. When the great clan elder discovered the unique structure, he obviously did not stop his research. At Tang Tian's level, there were many things that he was lacking in understanding. Now that this layer of paper had been broken, Tang Tian could roughly guess the great clan elder's method. He stood at the edge of the energy barrier with his 5 teammates behind him. They stood in a defensive formation. All of them had gloomy expressions. The holy flames would pass through him, and the remnant radiant attribute in the holy flames could be absorbed by him, or collected, or expelled, and the rest would be absorbed by Xin and the rest. After understanding this point, Tang Tian's spirit was roused. I have an idea, but it requires some risk. The miraculous and stable structure contained astonishing changes. The emulated laws that had stabilized in the pure radiant energy started to affect the radiant energy itself. The originally tyrannical and pure radiant energy was gradually turning illusory, the energy attribute was weakening, and from there, it became a special product that was in between energy and laws. At that moment, Tang Tian finally understood why the great clan elder had placed all his hopes on the spirit general. It had to be said, under pressure, one's potential would always be easily ignited. Tang Tian did not activate his god armor, but his mind worked much faster than usual. Tang Tian started to ponder. His thoughts were not fixed. The gold holy flame itself was an existence that defied common sense, and it was normal for it to have some weird things. Projection. The great clan elder's genius creativity was astonishing, but in terms of using laws, only Du Ku, who had gained enlightenment on law domain, could compare to Tang Tian. The difference was, Du Ku relied on his understanding of laws, while Tang Tian relied on his god armor. I can act as a transition, no, a filter. Everyone's faces became ugly, and just at that moment, they saw Tang Tian returning, and heaved a sigh of relief. His teammates behind him were shocked, and subconsciously caught hold of him. He had already fainted, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The scene of the collision replayed in Tang Tian's mind over and over again. He was extremely focused. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.